8 minutes past the hour, a brand new week has started, and we thank you for being with us. Welcome in to the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the Good Time Gang. We got things handled, I guess we do, anyway, loosely, until Rick and Bubba join us in 1 hour from now. We'll look back at some very busy weekends, a lot in the old sports world, and take your phone calls as well, if possible. 866-WE-BE-BIG. That could be unscreened, but you're always welcome to join in because you help produce this hour. Will a meat could spin? We've got some guests late in the show. We'll talk to you about that. All of that happening today at rickandbubba.com and Rick and Bubba on the YouTube, on Facebook, on all the apps, terrestrial radio. There's so many platforms, and we thank you for however you choose to watch or listen to the show today. Eddie Van Adler, he's got the video portion taken care of, so we thank him for that. I am Speedy. Over there is Mr. Greg Burgess and old Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all? Y'all good?
Gentlemen. Oh, yeah. Good. Yeah.
Fire it up.
New week.
It is.
Here we go.
Very, very busy weekend and a lot out there. It was a blur, most of it. I didn't get to really sit down and watch much sports, just pieces of it, not start to finish. But I know there was a lot out there. And Greg, I gotta tell you, you were right about Iowa. They lost. Purdue beat them.
That's unranked Purdue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now they're in the top. Purdue's now in the top 25, but they weren't before the game.
Yeah, I wouldn't buy an Iowa.
Yeah.
I don't know, something about them.
It's hard for me to buy the Big Ten at all.
Yeah.
You're right.
I mean,
right.
People are getting excited now about Michigan State. I'd tap the brakes there too.
I know it.
Yeah.
Hey, Sparty's not that good.
Yeah.
Calm down.
I agree.
And Cincinnati at number 2 now. I think they say
they're playing well.
It's the I guess a non-Power 5 highest ranking since 2010. I think.
Yeah, I bet
they're fun to watch. I don't know how they would stack up against an SEC team or
they look athletic.
They do.
Yeah.
They look really good, and I like their coach a lot.
Right.
Of course, he probably won't be there after this year, but
yeah,
because of what he's doing. But hello LSU.
Yeah.
Start there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we have Coach O and LSU making an agreement that he'll finish out the year, but then move on. And
take his check and go there.
That's a weird timing, but
if I was him, I'd go fishing.
Yeah. He's one of the highest paid out there. I think at around $8 or so million a year. And he gets a $16.95 million guaranteed payout.
Okay.
So
I think I can
finish out paying him and what's due to him for the rest of his contract, and he's going to the lake.
Anybody want to leave lovingly for that?
Yeah.
I'll say what you want me to say.
What y'all need from me?
I'll leave when you want me to leave.
Right.
That's fantastic.
Yes.
$16 million.
Yeah, exactly.
Good night.
And some old friends of the show will join us in the last hour. They've got a book out called Winning the Head Game, The Key to Elite Athletic Status. Coach Sonny Smith and longtime friend Lou Vickery, who authored that book, will be with us today in the last hour. Lou,
I'd love to talk some baseball with Lou right now.
Yeah, I'm telling you. And speaking of baseball, I'm so mad at myself. Good night. I watched the Braves. It was on. Let me take that back. The Braves game was on, and we were walking through the house, and every now and then I'd stop, watch a couple of pitches.
Yeah.
And then in the 7th inning, when I thought, okay, we're going to have something, kind of maybe develop, and then the Braves rolled into that double play, and Dodgers got out of it and everything. I'm like, man, I'm just turning it off. It was 10 o'clock at the time.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's just not worth 11:15 for me
that's
tonight.
tough.
And then so I wake
That's
up for your Tinkle at 2 that you called it, and it was actually around 2 o'clock. I woke up to use the restroom real quick, and I'm like, hurry, so I can go back to sleep. And I'm like,
don't have long.
I know. And I said, well, no, I just got to check. So the phone was right there, so I checked, and the notification said, Braves 5, Dodgers 4. And I went, you're kidding me.
Yeah.
How in the world? They were down 4-2 when I went to sleep.
Yep.
And then I
big
started.
8th, big 9th.
So then when I officially got up a little after 3, I then watched the highlights both in the 8th and in the 9th. And my goodness, what I can't.
Been an exciting weekend.
That's two walk-offs in a row.
Yeah. Exciting weekend for Braves country, and a lot of different players that are factoring in this thing.
Yeah.
Hey, Freeman, I don't know what's going on with you, but you're starting to concern me a great deal.
Yeah, boy, he's slumping bad right now. Was that 6 or 7 strikeouts in a row?
At one point, when I went to bed, it was 7 in a row. And that's just not like him. And so, and I don't mean he should be getting a hit every time. He just normally doesn't strike out.
Right.
And the fact that he struck out and he's not fouling as many off. Anyway.
Is his last hit the walk-off home run?
I think it was. Serious business, I think it was. Against Hayter.
In the last series.
Yeah. So, anyway, it's exciting. It was fun. I watched more baseball this weekend than I did football, which is odd this time of year. And even watched the Astros and Braves. I got something going on with them that I feel like I have to be watching now.
Yeah.
I'm not superstitious, as in the guy from as Steve Carell said, not superstitious, just a little stitious. I've got something going on with one of our buddies that happens to play with that team, and I feel like I have to. I'm obligated to be there now.
Okay.
And so and that's tough when the Red Sox go up 8-0. Hit 2 grand slams in the first 2 innings and on Saturday in Game 2, and you're like, wow, that's gonna be hard to stay with.
Right. Well, you sent me a text and it was Saturday.
Yeah.
And you sent me a text, and boy, we were busy Saturday, and I didn't realize what your text meant until
Because you weren't watching, okay?
Because I wasn't watching.
I got it.
And anyway,
what did I say? What was my
You
text?
said doubt KG gets time today.
Yeah.
And Kendall Graveman is who we're talking about, and a lot of times he'll come in the 7th or 8th for the Astros. If it's a close game, if it's tied, they have the lead, it's winnable. They'll start using the setup and closer and all this. And you basically said doubt he'll come in today, meaning, hey, there's been 2.
This has got out of hand.
Yeah, there's been 2 grand slams.
I just
too far
assumed
behind.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't realize what you meant. And then I had a chance to look at the score.
Yeah.
And I saw where they had hit 2 grand slams early in the game.
Yes.
I went, got it. Okay, now I get it.
Yeah.
And I had no idea they had done that.
It was a very strange deal. They had 2 grand slams, and then one of their pitchers got injured. The guy that started he just went out as an injury. So then you have this weird dynamic where it's not typically bringing in somebody from the bullpen. They have the entire time to warm up. They have as long as they want to warm up
because of an injury.
And he took forever.
Did he really?
But in the press conference he said, "Y'all thought it took forever. That's the quickest I've ever gotten warmed up."
Yeah.
But then you have to look at it. It was like the other guy that was owning it, Valdelli for the Red Sox, hadn't thrown a pitch in like 41 minutes. So now they're having to go, okay. So even though it was 8-0, it was just strange.
Yeah, yeah. And I missed all that. I had to go back and watch the highlights. So, but I realized, I got it.
Yeah.
Understood.
That series 1-1. Braves got the other one 2-0.
Yeah.
So.
But with both of the walk-off singles.
And Greg is so frustrated at himself because even when I came in Friday and started saying, hey, did you watch the game last night? It was really good. This is what happened. He got frustrated himself. He really got mad this morning when I told him that he's missed 2 walk-offs.
Yeah. Well, they were on TBS for It's hard to find.
Do you know there was this much of a chance. Like at one point, Saturday morning at like 10:30 or 11, I just happened to get on StubHub looking for tickets, Braves tickets.
Yes,
and found some.
You almost did it.
I nearly pulled the trigger and headed that way.
Are you serious?
It wasn't. Now we wouldn't have been able to sit where we sat the other time. I just couldn't do that with all the other expenses we got going on right now. But there was upper deck seats for a really good price, and I thought, man, we could slide over there and watch that. If we weren't still down to 1 car, I think we probably would have done it.
We have a lot more to talk about, plus your phone calls, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big, the number. All right, so let's just kind of go back in chronological order. And I know, Greg, that Rick, when we get here for the main show, he'll give an update, and y'all can really jump into it. But I got to tell you, I got frustrated Friday for a number of different things, just as a parent trying to pull everything off for your kids and be there for them. And, at some point you realize, hey, I just can't do it. I'm only one, can't do it. So I was trying to get to JC's games, and because they had a bunch of JUCO teams were in Birmingham, and they were all at this one facility, and he had an early game, and then he had another one that started at 4. And stupidly, I thought that I could go there for a little bit and then head to Montgomery where Reese played in football. Helena was down at Stanhope Elmore. And I thought, well, I'll get down there. And I kind of got excited. I was like, I'll just tune on over and see and hear Rick and Greg at the Thompson Warriors pregame show.
Yeah.
And so, and you had already told me, hey, just understand it might be difficult to find, but, I was the attempt was there. Well, then I realized, oh, my goodness, JC's game's been pushed back. I knew it probably would. That's why I said stupidly, thinking I could pull all that off. So then I just make a decision, I'm out. Well, I found myself not panicking like I was originally going to.
You felt the panic coming on.
Yeah. So I just kind of took my time. And so I start trying to find you guys, and I just couldn't do it. I went to their Twitter page. I went, you said something about Facebook.
I think it's Facebook Live.
And I could not find it. And then I started seeing y'all post pictures of y'all there, and I got
it was
mad.
Fun. We had a great time. It really was. They do it right.
Dadgummit, I wanted to hear that. So how was it? I mean,
we had a ball. It was great.
Look at but nice setup.
Yeah, they do. Man, I'm telling you, they don't skimp on anything.
Yeah.
And saw some guys from the Zone. They're doing the show. Jerry Young and Melton.
Okay.
Lunsford, all them guys.
Yeah.
It was like a Zone. We were the Zone of the sports station.
Tim Melton's doing it.
Yeah, well, he was just there,
okay.
I think, just visiting. But, yeah, but it was fun. We had a great time.
That's great, man. Well, I saw some of the pictures, and I cannot wait for you, Rick, to get in here with you, and y'all start talking about it. But that looked like a lot of fun.
I also noticed you still have not got Rick a shirt.
They gave us both one.
Okay, that's good.
But Rick's actually, the one he got.
They is the key.
Yeah. Well, I didn't have one his size. I mean, I'm sorry.
I normally carry it.
But they gave us both a new one, and he had on it, but it had the T is on the back, so it's black. It's pretty cool.
Look at me.
Yeah,
looks like game day coach.
Yeah, it was nice. But we had a ball. Like I said, we got to go down the field and hang out and see Taylor before the game, and we had a good time.
Yeah. Well,
and then the game, Ellis game.
So I knew there was a rumor that he might attempt it.
Yes, and me and him hung out. He made a friend. There was another little boy same age as him.
It's
on the
always
same
a bonus.
row. Trace was over there, and they became big buddies, and that helped.
Yeah.
And but it was fun. We had a good time. And then after the game, that's his favorite part. He gets to run. He gets to go on the field and run.
Yeah.
So,
well, Reese told me this is their off week this week, and he said, "Dad, Friday night going to Thompson Hoover."
Ooh,
and I said, "Really?" And for you around the country, that's a biggie. And I said, "Really?" He goes, "Oh yeah, we're headed that way." And I'm like, "Okay."
It's at the Met too, isn't it?
Yeah. But so anyway, that's coming up Friday night, so we'll look forward to that. That's going to be
showdown there.
But I was really trying, really trying to find y'all. And then at some point, I was like, I got to give up.
Well,
Speedy, it's not going to happen.
We talked and and had a good little cut up and had fun. Then we all picked everybody on the thing,
right?
And I think I got to check. I think I only missed one.
Okay.
Yep.
Well,
I believe I got the other.
You did. Somebody emailed me a minute ago and said, if my math's correct, Greg went 9-1.
Oh wow,
that's excellent.
Did you guess a lot of them?
No, I knew a lot because
you've been in it.
Yeah.
Just
having to follow
the scoreboards on the way home after the game, and,
right?
And I've seen a lot of them play.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
And then plus I guessed. So you got the whole sum of them.
Yeah. Well, so that happens Friday, and then I forgot after the game that Helena came back and beat Stanhope Elmore. It's been a lot of that.
Well, y'all had some exciting football.
And so we're out there you just having a great time, and I realized, hey, I'm in Montgomery.
I got to go back.
I got to go back, and so then I head back. I was texting with Helms a little bit on baseball was on, so that helped me a little bit. But anyway, so I get back really late, and then I have a remote Saturday morning. I'm like, boy, I got to get up and get going.
Get on up, boy.
So I get up and get going, and for those of you around the country, there's a real popular road in Birmingham called Highway 280, and it's just got tons of traffic and all this kind of stuff. And so we were at a donation drive for America's Thrift Store, and former intern Juju works with them. And so I pull
Juju
up.
pop up anywhere.
Well,
I forgot about her working with
I think she's found a good home here.
I like her when
she's
she's
really
Jack's because she brought us a lot of food.
Yeah, I know. I did tell her that. But
now she's gonna bring me like some used shirt.
Yeah, great.
What?
so good.
Great, a great fit for her, I think, right now. But anyway, we were at a famous place called Hamburger Heaven, and Pete, the owner, he goes way back to, I'm talking about like Rick and Bubba day one.
Oh yeah,
okay,
that's a good burger.
And hey, the way the wind was blowing, everything they were cooking was blowing right into our tent. And I mean, oh my goodness, I held out until the end, and then I was not gonna do the rookie mistake of, because by the time the remote was over, it was lunch.
Yeah.
And I was not gonna come home empty-handed, and because I don't want to come home and everybody's starving, and then what'd you do? Oh, I ate. I'm full.
I ate 4 hamburgers.
So
in fact, I don't even want supper.
So I went in and was hanging out with Pete and reminiscing with him, and took a picture of the menu, and I said, all right, what do y'all want? And so I got about 4 to go.
Did you guilt Pete into giving it to you?
No, I bought it. I did, Greg. I did buy it, actually. But anyway, the story was I had to ride home with 4 combos, and I was like, do y'all want? It's a 25-minute drive home. Do y'all want fries or whatever?
That'd be a little soggy.
I got to tell you, they
held up.
They traveled well.
Okay.
Don't you open the top of the bag, get a little air in there to help?
Yeah. There's some kind of, I don't know. There's some system, but whatever we did worked. It was delicious.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
of gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. So we're kind of looking back at this past weekend and going through our days. And Friday night, the Burgess brothers were on the Thompson Warriors pregame show, and so that'll be a discussion here today. We've already kind of hit some of the highlights with Greg. He did go 9-1 with his picks. I think that's, just patting yourself on the back there. Just
Yep.
And I think
Hit a kid.
Rick did fairly well as I think so too, because I saw him saying don't mess with the Burgess brothers. So anyway, and then I was trying to find it, and anyway, it was it sounded like a lot of fun.
It was really fun.
Yeah, that's good though.
Appreciate them inviting us.
Yeah, and then Saturday, so I come home from the remote in Auburn's on, and I was watching
watched that
that.
whole game.
Yeah, that was a little
They
surprise
looked
to
good
me.
this weekend.
They did look
Yeah.
good. They played well.
Yes, I thought so too. I thought I was a little surprised, and so for some of you out there that I'm getting hammered with, tweets and emails. I didn't even really I saw one series of the Mississippi State Alabama game. Everybody was saying, I had secondhand embarrassment. I went ahead and turned it off. Alabama, really no surprise there. Pretty much spanked Mississippi State, and I just didn't get to see much of it at all.
Once it started getting out of hand, I quit watching.
Right.
But they come out early and was hanging in there.
Yeah.
Then Bama hit a big play in a minute.
Right.
I completely forgot it was on. I was in a baseball world, and it was too late by then.
Yeah.
Turn it over there, and it's bad, and you're like.
And I got lucky, and it was late, and I flipped over and caught all that ruckus that happened in Tennessee and Ole Miss.
You did.
Did you?
I got to see, because I looked and I said, hey, this game's close.
Mm-hmm.
And then I get to watching it, and then I had no idea what was about to happen. And then they end up having to move everybody off the sidelines.
Mm-hmm.
Lane Kiffin, somebody threw a golf ball at him.
Yeah, hit him in the elbow. I didn't even know it happened until Sunday. I saw on social media recaps of it, and I'm like, what in the world happened? And so they were upset about a play that.
They ended up the spot. They thought they should have had the first. It was 4th and 27. If they score, they win the ball game.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy to get it that close was good. But I truly think it was the right spot. But anyway, they didn't like it. But they had 3 timeouts. They were like 50-something seconds left. So they did. They once they settled it all down, because you're thinking, why are we worried about 50-something seconds? They had a chance to win the game at the end. After that.
Yeah,
and the quarterback got hurt, and they put the other guy in there, and for some reason, with no time on the clock, and he didn't even throw it in the end zone. He takes off running and runs out of bounds. I don't know what he was thinking, but anyway, so it was a really good game. But they had to stop. They had to take the cheerleaders and move them, even though they were Tennessee cheerleaders. They were getting hit.
Yeah,
they had to move. The police made the student section move. They made the student section move.
I saw the cheerleaders. You know how they have the little the signs that hold up either letters or it's cheer or shout. They were actually had them over their head like umbrellas, and they were getting hit with stuff.
Pelted.
Yeah, and they were trying to get off there. And I saw where Cole Kubelik was interviewing Lane Kiffin after the show, and goes, "Really, I know we won, but I'm just glad we survived the sidelines." And
By the way, do they sell golf balls, like logo golf balls, or is that a premeditated thing where I take a golf ball into the stadium?
How they got that, I don't know. It was a yellow golf ball too.
Yeah, Cole was going, who brings a golf ball
Who
to a
brings
football
it?
game?
Thank you.
And then he's looking at stuff on the ground. He goes, here's a full bottle of mustard. Somebody had a mustard. They threw a full bottle of mustard.
You
He
got
goes,
that from concession stand outside the concession stand. Somebody just grabbed it. So after the game, you got all that, and then Lane Kiffin's walking into the tunnel because it's over, right?
Yeah.
And somebody throws a water bottle, and he catches it.
And then he throws his hat in the stand.
Yeah, and then
funny.
just as he's leaving, he slings that hat in the stand.
Yeah.
That's the visor.
Kiffin was fun. He the whole time he was like, I really got hit by a golf ball.
And then in the post game press conference, he's like, "Look, I understand they're frustrated, they're mad, but throwing stuff.
Boy, it was raining down.
What in the world?
Water balls.
And let me tell you how all this happened. Is that I saw some weird statement coming out of the SEC office about how such and such is not tolerated, and I'm like, what is this? What happened here?
I just happened to flip it over and saw the score. Said, okay, this game's. I'm gonna watch the end. It was less than 5 minutes to go. I had no idea I was gonna get to see all that.
Right. We were pretty busy. So Tyler had he had been saving. He's been dating this girl Mabry Millard from the Jemison area where Gary and the Lenores and all them are from. And he'd been saving, and he decided, hey, I want to pop the big question, and so we were planning, and they have an area where they have some farmland and all this kind of stuff, and we had this master plan where we were going to get down there, but just trying to organize to where his two brothers, JC and Reese, don't have anything going on, and we're all in the same car. That's kind of a huge accomplishment. And so we found ourselves headed south into that area, but we had to go and be strategic on where we parked and how we got in, so that Mabry wouldn't find out.
Yeah.
And we had it all planned out. We were hiding behind hay bales. With video and cameras, and both sides of the family were there, and it was an all out. It got to be comical at times, because at one point I found myself laying down doing a marine crawl with video, sticking it out behind to the side of a hay bale, trying to get video to where she wouldn't.
You were dressed like a scarecrow.
Yeah, and it's like we had this big, huge, elaborate plan where there was a fake snake. Sorry, Bubba, that was in the dirt road, and Tyler was going to get out and look and go, oh, look at here, somebody's trying to play with it, and that got him out of the car. And then he's like, there's the sunset, and it was actually a perfect setting, to be honest.
Good idea, Greg.
And so he pulled it off, and so we celebrated with the families, and we were down there, and it's just, man, the family's so cool. And so we got to be down there. We grilled out, and they had some steaks. And so we just fellowshipping and having a good old time. And then back in the background, I heard, Alabama scored again. And so I just never really watched the game at all.
Like I say, State come out, the quarterback got hurt. He kept playing, but he hurt his shoulder.
Yeah.
He was throwing on
Yeah.
It had nothing to do with the outcome of the game, but I'm saying.
Is he hurt bad? I mean,
I don't know if he finished the game, but he stayed in there when I was watching it. But you could tell his shoulder was hurting.
Yeah.
But yeah, Bama, we knew they were going to be ready to make a point.
Yeah.
So maybe of all times, because would you have felt worse if you'd have missed it and it had been a good game?
I probably, to be honest with you, probably would have been disgusted if I was to watching it and just got up anyway. And you started piddling around, or
if you came home and everybody's, man, you missed it.
Oh, now, but I mean, at least there's highlights for that. But,
true.
I mean, we were where we needed to be. It was a lot of fun. But we had a lot of fun, and when we have more time, I will definitely bring some of that to the table, because there was so much comedy involved in the whole planning process, where you have both families, both mamas, and trying to get everything right.
Oh yeah,
golly, it was good. And then all the guys just wanting to make sure we don't mess it up.
Yeah, just stay out of the way.
Yeah, just stay out of the way. And Tyler said, Dad, when I came around the corner, I could see your little bald head coming just to the side of the haystack, and he was like, "Oh Lord, please, Dad, don't mess this up." Yeah, I was like, there's the ball. There's the ball joke again. That's fine. That's fine. And then, but there's one part where we're videoing from all different sides. It's like there's a hay bale in the middle of the pasture. I'm behind it. Then there's one over to the left, and JC's behind that. And then there's one over here, and then Reese is behind that. And then there's a clump of them behind where she was standing, and that's where the majority of everybody is. Well, Terry borrowed this really, really nice camera from one of our friends, and so she was really getting some nice sunset pictures, of him going to a knee and asking all this kind of stuff. And at one point in my video, he's down on a knee, and you see Terry walking behind her, going like this.
Oh, that's
but like the real bent over, just sneaking, kind of walk, just kind of stay low behind. And it is the funniest thing ever, because she thinks she's being so sneaky, and she's right, and she is right in the video. Couldn't be more in the video. But it went great. She did say yes, so that's good.
Well, yeah, that's always a good ending there.
Yeah,
you hate to do all that,
right?
That'd be bad.
Yeah, because after it was over, we were all there and we were having a good time. And I'm like, did you say yes? Son?
Did we have a plan?
I mean, are we good on this?
Yeah.
But all is good.
What
So.
a good deal.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back 15 minutes until top of the hour. One more segment, then Rick and Bubba join us. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
It is 10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. This portion of the show brought to you by our friends at ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. If you suffer from aches and pains and inflammation from time to time, then let us suggest to you ReliefFactor.com. Order that 3-week trial pack for just $19.95. That's right, just $19.95. So if you're one of those that are popping those over-the-counter painkillers because every day you're suffering from those aches and pains, let us suggest Relief Factor to you. Relief Factor is all natural, contains just 4 ingredients, and it works for us. We think it can work for you. And get that 3-week supply. Just try it out for $19.95. See if it works, and we think it will. If you suffer from aches, pains, inflammation, check out ReliefFactor.com today and become pain-free. To learn more, again, that's ReliefFactor.com. You're looking for that $19.95 Quick Start Pack at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the Sponsors button. All right, so as we roll on back, we've got a number of different things. You're talking about, there's a lot of fans, and I would say Steelers fans are smart. I think they understand the game. There's some markets where, the fans understand the game, and then there's other markets where it's like the fans aren't on the same page. I don't know what it is.
I mean, the Steelers, like I said, they've been having pro football so long. They should know.
I would think that they're one of those fan bases that understand when to cheer, when not to cheer, and stuff like that. And I would think that maybe if a Seahawks defensive end is being carted off from a serious injury, it's probably not the time to stand up and do the wave.
No, when they stabilize his neck and put him on a backboard.
Right.
And they're doing the wave.
Yeah, they were that was the Sunday
Who
night
was the
game.
person that went, let's do the wave?
You talking about
First of all, I didn't know the
knowing-
wave was still around.
Right.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, they tried to do it.
Is it a comeback now?
No, I think it's been going on. I've seen it a couple.
Do y'all ever
stadiums.
participate in the wave?
I half-heartedly do.
That's it.
I do, but it's half-hearted.
It's me. Instead of standing all the way up, I'll just go.
I wish it wasn't going on, and I stand up because I don't want to be the guy that's not doing it.
Right.
But I can't stand it.
I like to see a wave, but I don't want to be involved in it.
That's a great point, Greg.
I don't mind watching a good wave.
Yeah.
But I just don't want to be the one doing it.
I'm with you.
But like I say, if you have wave etiquette, when there's a player, especially if he's injured, like a neck injury.
Yeah.
So,
Looks serious.
I get it. If they got his toe and they're pointing it back and he's got a cramp, let it fly. Which brings me to another subject. I was watching the Ole Miss Tennessee. I've never seen so many people lay on the field in my life. I don't know if a lot of it was flopping to stop the momentum because the crowd would start booing like it was.
Well, the floppers have ruined it for the people that are really hurt. But nobody knows who's flopping and who's hurt.
That was the longest game anyway, especially when they had to clear the sidelines. But before that, and I think a lot of it's because I've never seen so many people lay on the field. And I'm starting to see it on a lot of the games.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, if you lay on the field, I don't want to see you back in the next play. You got to sit one out and then come back and make a tackle. Why were you laying on the field? I am so tired of it. God, lay that and having to review everything.
Yeah, the review is it's gotten out of hand.
My goodness.
I will say this: at least the NFL has sped up the review.
Well, college hadn't.
No, it's.
But
it'll
I've never seen so many people lay on the field in my life. Cramps. Yeah, hey, you can get off the field with a cramp. Now, granted, you're gonna be stiff-legged. You're gonna be hopping.
But get off the field.
But they'll lay there, and then they'll do one play, and then all of a sudden you look, they're back in, they'll sack the quarterback. I'm going, were you not the guy that was just laying there?
Well, that tells me there's some strategy to it, too, to slow things down.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there's a lot of that.
That's
One
what's
guy
going on.
was limping, and you saw the coach on the sideline going, telling him to fall down.
Yeah.
And
You're going to have to change that rule. You're going to have to keep them out a couple plays, something.
Yeah, because it's obvious. It really is. It's obvious if the offense has got something going and the defense just can't get off the field, they'll go down.
Yeah.
And I like when you watch them, they're standing there, all of a sudden they just fall. And you go, what?
I know.
I mean, what is that?
And I love too where
It's like soccer.
if somebody is doing what you want them to do, and that is get off the field, they'll get to about the numbers, and the coaches will be going, no, go down.
Yeah, that's what they were doing. They were actually telling him to fall down.
No, don't you dare get off that field. Go down.
Lay down.
And we need some time to
And then when somebody really
there.
is hurt, it's hard. No wonder we're doing the wave.
That's a good
Because
point.
we don't know.
You know,
because we think you're just laying down faking.
That's a great point.
Yeah. Well,
like, he
anyway.
ain't really hurt.
Well, some folks are being critical of Steelers fans.
When you got him taped to a backboard,
yeah,
that's a
maybe
good
not
sign.
a great time.
maybe at that point realized
beyond
he
cramps.
didn't flop.
Yeah.
yeah, he's not faking. He can't. He's in trouble.
Yeah.
And how did the guy come out? I haven't seen.
Let's see.
It looked bad, but anytime you have neck problem, they'll go ahead and
let's see.
stabilize you.
It was Darrell Taylor with the Seahawks. They were playing the Steelers, and it was the Sunday night game. If you missed that, he suffered the injury in the fourth quarter. He said it looked to be a head and neck injury because they stabilized that to what you just said. He was even on a backboard. His players from both teams gathered around him, and it's really this story. We'll get an update. This story is really more on the Steelers fans and how they reacted.
And then the Steelers players were trying to make them stop, and I think they eventually did.
Yeah. It says here he was a second-round pick in 2020 for the Seahawks, and let's see. He says he was moving his extremities and was on the way to the hospital for further evaluation. So hopefully if he's doing that, that was all out of precaution and he's okay. But it doesn't give the update in the story.
It says the CT scans were clear, so that is a really good preliminary report.
Yeah. That's real good. That's real good. I mean, I will tell you this. They are so further advanced in the whole head and neck area now as far as the trainers go and the staffs. They do a great job, and they just want to be careful, make sure let's not move anything, get there, and then figure it out.
He was also cleared to fly home with the team after the game.
That's
so,
great.
That's encouraging as far as his progress.
Yeah, that's good. That's real good. And Bubba, the Vikings. I saw the end of that game. Where our market is, they didn't carry the Vikings and the Carolina Panthers. They didn't carry that game. But I guess it was kind of like an overtime coverage type deal. Like, hey, let's join some games in progress.
Yeah.
And the Vikings and the Vikings and the Carolina Panthers. It was a really, really close game, and I thought about Bubba because the Vikings had the lead and they gave it up, and they ended up having to go into overtime. But the Vikings pulled it off 34-28. But I thought about Bubba, and I was like, I wonder if he's watching right now.
I know
because
I heard that score on the way in.
here they go, and I'm like, are they going to lose another close game? But Bubba, they held on and won. So there's that for you. All right, so we have a lot to talk about. Don't forget, in the last hour, speaking of sports and all this kind of stuff, winning the head game, key to elite athletic status. Coach Sonny Smith and Lou Vickery will be with us. They've got a book out right now that we'll have in show notes so you can get your autographed copy called Winning the Head Game, Key to Elite Athletic Status. And they both authored that book, and I think they'll have a lot of information. And, it is a head game. A lot of it is how you deal with adversity, and so they talk about having the right mindset and how to approach the game, and not just football, but all sports. And so we'll catch up. We hadn't talked to either one of them in quite some time now, but we'll have them on late in the show today. And don't forget, the Willamette could spin at any moment, and so that's there for you as well. Plus 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. You always are a part of the show, and as we start the week off together, I'm sure we'll want to know how your weekend went as well. Oh, and by the way, today is No Beard Day. I don't know what that's all about, but
No beard?
No beard. No beard.
I've never heard. That don't even make sense.
And I'm not saying beer. That's a beard.
I panicked.
I know. Nice. Who would call that? No beard.
What a stupid day.
I know. I don't know what that no beard thing is. Or they're saying shave it if you have one or something?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Thank you for being with us. This hour starts with our national anthem. Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. A brand new hour has begun, and we are thankful that you are here, and we are ready to go. Another hour on another day, on another week. The Will of Mead is back in play. We'll recap the busy weekend. We'll take your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. A new book is out, Winning the Head Game, the key to elite athletic status. I'll tell you what, after us talking about health and fitness this weekend, now we're talking about being an elite athlete. Is this all funny to y'all to hear us talk about these things? Well, you won't have to hear us on this today either. Coach Sonny Smith and Lou Vickery will be with us today, and we'll discuss their brand new book. We'll have a lot to discuss from over the weekend, as you can imagine, within the show and around the world. Speedy the Real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Adler, Eddie Van Adler, all here today. Helmsy ready to go. Team Rick and Bubba already giving you a kickoff hour along the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, our TuneIn app, our podcast archives, live and archived on our YouTube channel. And now Bubba and I will join the team, and we will all go forward. And I speak, of course, of the Silver Tongue one, the man with the golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and everybody else out there today, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. It's time to get things started.
Somebody say, see the southern breezes and the southern wind. There's no driving and crying, Bubba. Driving and crying.
There they are.
Driving and crying.
How many times have we all done that?
Oh, Bubba, I'm so excited that look, I'm not foolish enough. I know that I'm not. It's not here yet, but to have a nice, crisp, cooler weekend, and I mean, I just got out there.
I don't house with chili Saturday morning.
me and the dog just got out and ran in the yard and jumped up in there.
When I went outside this morning, 46 degrees.
Felt so
Yes.
good.
So we've
wasn't the
had
weekend beautiful?
in our part of the country,
Yes.
we've had an extremely
Kidding
mild
me?
fall. Temperatures 10 degrees over the average. So it's time for the reckoning of that and to get everything back where it should be.
Had a chance, and I'll tell you a story that's going to own y'all about this show. Hey, we good ones, ain't we? I mean, seriously.
No, we
dandy.
Hey, we are double dandies.
Double down,
I can't
dandies.
wait to tell you what it's like to see someone tell it from their point of view about how much good uns we are.
Rick.
But anyway, so I went to beautiful Petal, Mississippi last night, and so got to fly on the beautiful fall, crisp blue day. Get up there in the great beyond, looking down on the world. Good night. It was a beautiful, beautiful flight over and back. Coming back, moon, just stars everywhere. So it was a great weekend. Got to go to Stark Vegas and see Big Love. That was good. Saw a lot of Rick and Bubba fans there. We'll talk about that a little bit today.
I pulled it off.
Had a good family weekend. Friday night, me and baby brother got to do a little high school pregame.
We did.
Got to be on the pregame show.
Did a little picking.
I tell you what, they'll learn. You don't pick against the Burgess brothers.
That's right.
Don't bring us out there and start thinking we don't know about high school football. And I think we both went 9-1.
I know. Yeah, I think I.
By the way, I was so close to being 10-0.
Me, I the same way.
I was this close.
Who got you?
Well, I picked Gadsden City in an upset, and they lost in the final seconds.
I picked Jackson Nolan to beat Gardendale, and Gardendale wrong.
I picked Gardendale, of course. I saw that one coming. A little inside source, our sister, who's a teacher there. Yeah. So, and plus, I picked it because I whipped Kirk Jarvis. That's why I went with Gardendale.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I thought if I'm not playing, they'll be fine.
Yeah.
So anyway, by the way, that's the kind of stuff we talk about. Yeah, that was our logic on a lot of it. But anyway, that was fun. We had a great time. Thompson High School
Yeah, it was great.
allowing us to have some fun with that. And you know, honestly, on just a little bit of a hey, it'll make your eye sting, just a little bit of eye sting. And we got a little emotional when I talked about it on the pregame deal, is to walk out onto that field before it's over. And of all the different Burgesses, and we'll see what happens with the ones that are still young, what they decide to do with their lives. But to walk over to Greg's son and reach out and say, Coach Burgess, how's it look tonight?
Oh, man. That's kind of neat. That's cool.
To talk to
None of us
to talk to the next Coach Burgess, that was just kind of cool, man.
skip right over us.
Yeah, sure did. Yeah. You know, because he had to get the grandkids so he wouldn't be embarrassed.
That's right. But no, yeah, it was great.
Yeah, and
I
I know
we had fun.
A lot of traits seem to do that. I've been
Yeah.
told
Oh, yeah.
it'll skip
Sure.
a generation.
Sure.
Well, and Dad, Greg, you said it. See if I have this right, because you told me this just the other day, and I remember him saying this. Have Greg and I coached before? We have. But what did Dad say about being a real coach?
If your livelihood doesn't depend on it, you're not a coach.
Yeah, you know.
He said, "No, you're a volunteer and you're very important."
Yeah, you're a volunteer, and we appreciate it. But
You're
if
important.
your
So-
livelihood's not on it, then you
Yeah.
ain't coaching.
So wait a minute.
Yeah, if you lose, you ain't gonna get fired.
So
No.
so let's look at this.
Ask Coach Orgeron.
We have level of coach.
He gonna be out.
And then we have good ones.
Yeah.
And then we have coach.
Right.
And then does that mean Ellis and that crew's going to be good?
It could be.
You never know.
Golly.
maybe they'll break the trend.
That's good.
Let me tell you something. I got to watch the football game with Ellis. It was a blast.
I know. Rick bribed him with a card that had candy.
Oh
in
yeah,
it.
I showed it with a car.
Oh, what? I look. He was in your lap immediately.
I found a plastic car, perfect, and inside the car is little Pez pieces of candy shaped like cars.
Oh.
And I had that with me, and it's so funny. I said, well, "Hey, Ellis, I wasn't worried about it. Ellis, how you doing?" He did a little bit. I hadn't seen Uncle Rick in a while, and everybody's like, "How's?" I said, "No, everything's fine." Hey, Ellis. Hey, look what Uncle Rick's got.
Yeah.
Look at him.
Where'd you find that at?
A little convenience store on the way.
Yeah, you playing that.
That's
It worked.
smart.
Yeah, great uncle's going to find a little something.
That or
That's
them
smart.
dip and stick things, man, that'll
But when
bring
I
them
saw,
out every time.
but when I saw
Or to bring me out.
When I saw for a little boy a plastic car that rolls and you pull the top up and get Pez out of it that are shaped like cars.
Yeah.
It was a home run.
Rick.
I kind of want one.
And Kelsey, his mama, finally just gave up. She's like, "What are you giving him?" I said, "Little pieces of sugar." And I said it again. I said, "The only person here with less responsibility than Papa is me." And you know what this kid's gonna have for me tonight? Nothing but joy.
And he did.
And he did.
Whatever he wanted. But it was fun. He did good.
He did do well. Of course, he took a kid shaker, but that's fine.
That's fine. But they worked it out.
They worked
He
it
had him. He got him a little friend. So you had left, but you missed him on the field after the game.
I bet he was
The
ripped.
older kids gave him the ball and let him score a touchdown. They chased him.
Oh, that's good. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, it was right.
It is 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG. So we'll break down the weekend with everything involved, and we'll start with our look back at a very dramatic college football weekend. You know, we're into college football. We enjoy it. We love it. It's part of our culture. But there's some dramatic stories from the weekend, whether you're into college football or not, just involving all the different storylines.
Rick, the new AP Top 25 is out. Georgia remains number 1. Number 2, Cincinnati. That looks a little strange.
Look out.
Oklahoma 3, Alabama up to 4, Ohio State, Michigan. Penn State comes in at 7, Oklahoma State at 8, Michigan State 9, and Oregon rounds out the top 10, followed by Iowa, Ole Miss, Notre Dame, Coastal Carolina at 14, still 6-0. Kentucky falls to 15, Wake Forest, Texas A&M, North Carolina State, Auburn at 19, and Baylor at number 20. Teams that disappeared from the top 25 include Arkansas, Arizona State, BYU, Florida, and Texas.
Look, Arkansas, your program's headed in the right direction.
Yep.
I think you got a good coach, but you know, this season is, hey, we're getting better.
Yeah,
and it's kind of
some close ones.
Yeah, you're not getting embarrassed. You're kind of. I guess the only time they got embarrassed, I guess, was against Alabama. So that was
join the club.
Of course, a lot of people get embarrassed by Alabama. But anyway, so we want to deal with. We got some drama from the weekend.
Tennessee,
Orgeron at LSU, which we'll get to. But Tennessee, dramatic fashion, is everybody's favorite coach to hate, Lane Kiffin.
Yeah, the old Tennessee coach goes home with his new team, the Ole Miss Rebels, and it's quite a ball game. It looked like.
I picked it up with about 5 to go and watched it and saw the whole brawl and everything. Well, the pelting.
The Tennessee fans were unhappy with a call or a mark of the ball late in the game, which, after being reviewed several times, most of the people thought the referees got it right.
I thought they did.
As you see, the line that he's trying to get to, he stretches out with his right hand, but the ball's in his left hand.
And it's about his waist.
Yeah. And if he'd have had it up higher or had it in both hands, he probably would have got that. But the fans
They don't have a shot from the other side where you can see where the ball is?
The only one, they got one kind of head on. They don't have one from the other side, and they were all
when his knees
they have
hit,
a head on shot that's a little
And Rick, here the Tennessee fans, obviously were looking for any reason to pelt Lane Kiffin.
Of course, yeah.
And you could see him talk to the referee here, and he's going to get hit with a golf ball, as you'll see it come in here in just a second.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah. And then he's going to pick it up and show it to the referee. And as the fans pelted the field with things,
look, I mean,
you'll see the cheerleaders running for cover here in a minute with their signs over their head.
Oh, yeah.
And you'll see the debris on the field. And they actually ended up calling the game, didn't they, with a few seconds left?
No.
Did they finish it out?
They finished it. Hey, and Tennessee pulled it out.
Mm-hmm. Oh, really?
Yes. I mean, guys, there was 50-something seconds left, but they had 3 timeouts, and they used all 3. Punted, a guy gives them a good punt return over the 50, but the starting quarterback gets hurt. Anyway, they make a throw in the end zone that I'm talking it's inches from winning the ball game. And then the last one, for some reason, the quarterback came in, no time on the clock, and runs out of bounds. I don't know what he was doing. But no, they almost won the game.
Yeah.
All right, so
after all this.
But I also saw somebody had a video that the band was asked to leave the stadium.
Yeah, and they also made the student section. The police made them all back up.
Yeah.
Of course, when they came running back down. But.
Sure.
The SEC
they nearly
office
pulled it out.
has already issued a statement on it. Penalties are coming. They will decide later today or tomorrow. And if we know the office like I think we do, they will be harsh to discourage this kind of behavior by anybody else for any reason.
So I know when they tried to walk Kiffin out the tunnel, there was a chance to throw more things. And only Kiffin would tweet out a slow motion of him catching the bottle they threw at him.
It was a pretty good catch.
It was a good catch.
Right?
Watch him. They throw a bottle at him as they're trying to walk him out. Of course, he's waving at everybody. They really stirred up.
Giving them the old number one.
Look, now watch this catch. Boom. They try to throw a bottle at him, and he caught it with one hand, and then he gives him his hat, doesn't he?
Yeah, just as he's leaving, he just slings his hat up to the top of the
Of course, when he walked out before the game, they booed him.
Right.
Oh, he's waving at them as they boo him.
Yeah, sure he is. Sure he is.
Yeah, I saw somebody trying to interview him with the boo, and he was like, they don't. And this is from the press conference here where he talks about apparently everybody got upset. So
Yeah.
there it is.
I think that's one of the most passionate fan bases in America.
Look in his hand.
And you got 100,000 of them together, and things don't go their way when all that energy's going, and they got upset. I don't know if it was. I'm not sure it wasn't partly at the refs too, because they replay the play, and I think they're watching his other hand, thinking they had a first down. So, it is what it is.
Yeah. Did you
still hold the
golf ball with him?
Yeah.
At the press conference.
Bubba, it's a yellow golf ball too.
Yeah,
It
I know.
is. Yeah,
I know.
it is.
You ought to see. I think it was Cole Kublik was on the sidelines and he was pointing out things. He goes, "This is a bottle of mustard." Who knows a bottle of mustard?
Yeah.
Well, it was Cole Kublik who interviewed him in pregame, and that's when the booing started. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but somebody sitting out there, they had a conversation, got to cutting up about how bad everybody was booing him when he came out.
He loves it.
Well, look, when you leave somebody's school,
Yeah.
and all this, and because you remember the reason why the Tennessee people despise him is they didn't have him very long, and he left them to go to USC.
Yeah.
And they were like, "Wow, we went to all that to get you here. Now you've what is
they were-
And it was kind of an abrupt, middle of the night kind of leaving type thing, and it didn't go well.
Did you see what Adler just showed? What's in that bottle? Did somebody peed in that
Oh
bottle?
no, he
I
caught
don't
it.
know.
I mean, look at the color of what's inside it. Ew.
Must be Spark.
It's like probably
Could be
dip,
something.
like somebody spit and dip. in it.
Yeah, it could be. It's nasty, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
We were talking about this during the kickoff hour. Who brings a golf ball to a game?
Yeah.
You never
Well,
know.
unless you're planning on throwing it.
And it's funny to hear the announcers. They go, "Is that what kind of ball is it?" Well, that's just a range ball. It's nothing.
Yeah.
It's not good.
Just
It's not
a range ball.
And then they started finding people that like had golf hats on. Like this, they found this one guy with a Titleist hat on. He was like, "No, it ain't me."
So
They were funny covering it.
So what are things that are available to the SEC? What kind of fines are we talking about? Who are they going to be mad
Well, they
at?
fine you a lot just for celebrating. Can you imagine?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, it's $250,000, and then $500,000, then $1 million, and then other things. So, I don't know, Rick. They'll announce it today, but I'm sure it'll be one of those where it's a penalty, and then if you do it again, it's going to be extremely harsh. I told Rick when we were talking before the game. Before the show, I said they may ban them from going to a bowl game.
So that was one of those games that, like you said, had a lot of passion. I don't know the current rules at Neyland Stadium. I have no idea, but I remember, because it may be different now, but I remember Dad, who played in the SEC. He said what his memory of playing at Tennessee is the smell of bourbon.
Yeah.
He said it was
More
so,
than LSU.
Yeah, he said it was so prominent you could smell it on the field. I mean,
Burn your eyes.
Yeah, he said it was like he said it was like, I mean, you could just smell it all over the entire stadium. But again, they may have different rules now than they did then. But but it's a
No, they actually sell beer at the games. So.
yeah. I think you're right. Yeah, I just didn't want to step out because you never know what's
I may
changed
be
over
wrong.
time. Yeah.
I may be wrong.
But it doesn't matter because if you're bringing bourbon in, that's probably not for sale. There.
Oh, Rick.
You just bring
You
it.
remember as a kid we'd be at the
yeah.
Iron Bowl and you'd smell people up behind
Oh,
us.
yeah. You usually get it knocked on you.
Oh, yeah.
Of course.
Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. We'll continue our weekend updates. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Car Shield is teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show, and you know what? If you're like a lot of us, you try to drive the wheels off your automobile, and that's a good thing because then your investment kind of pays off a little more. But the bad news is that means some of you out there riding without a warranty now. And if something happens, you're going to pay for it. And with these modern automobiles and their sensors and check engine this and what in the world's that? What's that symbol up there? I still don't know why they do the symbols, but and at least if you're going to do symbols for people that can't read, or maybe at least or so you don't have to do it different language, at least be a symbol of something that looks like the problem. You know, I mean, it's at least have it something.
It's wild to get used to that tire one.
Yeah,
the first time the low tire one popped up.
Yeah. What is that?
What like a horseshoe?
Yeah, and of course mine gives me low tire anytime the temperature changes.
Oh, yeah, you're gonna have that today.
Yeah, I have that. Yeah, I had that today. So anyway, but bottom line is this: if you are riding without a warranty, riding dirty, and you would like to have some protection, then go to carshield.com and get a protection plan, because if it's a covered repair by the protection plan, they will pay the ASE certified mechanic of your choice directly. But also there's privileges with these protection plans, like roadside assistance. I mean, you got a problem, they'll help you. You need a rental car, they got that covered too. So call them to get your protection plan that works for you. And if you use the code Bubba, get 10% off, 1-800-665-2157. Or go to carshield.com, use the code Bubba, also save you 10%. Yes, there's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Well, we'll try to get in touch with Coach O today. Another big story out of college football over the weekend. You had the Ole Miss Tennessee thing, but even though LSU beats Florida 49-42,
Mullen.
What's Mullen's status? Anybody at Florida thinking is it so we're just going to be good every year? We're never going to be great. But anyway,
well, everybody can't be great in the Southeastern Conference.
Yeah,
right now there's one echelon. That's Georgia and Alabama, and then everybody else is jockeying for second place. But look, we were talking about it. We've been debating this among ourselves. 2 years ago, LSU wins a national championship. It is a historic. They set all kind of records.
Oh, yeah.
Most announcers refer to it as the greatest college team of all time.
A little bit of a step out.
It is, but it's statistically they've got some argument there. So then you have the COVID year. He has people opt out.
Yeah.
Okay. And they go 5-5, I think it was. And now this year they're 4-3, just beat Florida, and Ed Orgeron is relieved of duties. Coach O.
Well, we've
already finished the season.
He gets to finish the season, which is also kind of strange.
That's very rare.
Yeah.
You talking about lame duck?
Yeah, I think this with Coach O is more off the field than on the field.
Probably.
Because on the field, you certainly don't like the product that you have out there as far as LSU standards. Mm-hmm. But like Bubba just said, there's all sorts of things. Of course, you didn't look at all the teams that are Georgia and Alabama said, we played in the same conditions, and our programs haven't dropped off.
True. Yeah.
So it's hard to blame the conditions when people who went through the same conditions aren't having that problem. But I still don't think it's on the field stuff. I think it's off the field. I think he's not winning enough for them to tolerate his very, very unpredictable behavior.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And they just saw what happened with Gruden, and they see the culture that we're living in, and they're saying a coach like O is going to burn us in this culture, and we need to part ways as soon as we can.
And like I say, if he was undefeated, we would probably just hope he worked out.
But here's the problem now with the cancel culture as we currently have it. What coach are you going to bring in that's guaranteed they didn't write an email 20, 30 years ago that's going to show up and haunt them?
Well, remember, Bubba, it's twofold. If he was winning, his off-the-field stuff wouldn't matter. The fact that the team is looking mediocre, only 2 years removed to, as you said, some people say one of the greatest college football teams of all time, they feel the way, say, the Chicago Bears felt. How can we not have more championships out of where our program was?
Yeah.
How can we already have fallen back into the middle of the pack? And they say that ultimately you hold the head coach responsible for the product that's on the field, and he's doing some things off the field that keep embarrassing them. And I think they said, look, we all know how this is going to end, so let's not delay it. You know how a couple hang around with each other, but they all know they're not going to make it. Why don't we go ahead and break up now because we know we're not going to get married.
Why do you let him hang around,
though? Because the season is lost anyway. You don't have a chance to really win anything.
that's just so rare that they
It's
do
rare.
that.
And you don't want to bring anybody in right now.
He is going to get a cool $17 million to part ways.
He's going to be all right.
Yeah, they're going to pay it.
That's all right.
Plus what he's made up to this point.
Yes.
So
yes, pretty good.
is this O talking about it?
Yeah,
All
yeah.
right, here,
Good luck.
here it is.
Good luck with this.
Magical run, but you know why? Because of the players. We had great players, and we had great coaches here. And the players make this program, and you're able to recruit great players here at LSU. But I knew we had to sustain that momentum, and we had to sustain that standard. And I know that the last 2 years hasn't been the standard of LSU. So when he came and talked to me after the Kentucky game, I knew that it was time. And I understand that. I understand the expectations of LSU. And I invited myself, and we did not meet him the last 2 years. I'm honored that I got to be the head coach at LSU. This administration has treated me with class, with dignity the whole time that I've been here. They've given me everything
That's
that we
$17
needed
million talking.
to have success. I met with the players today. It's the first time that I get to talk to the players before I wanted to talk to you. But I am happy that I can be the coach of the LSU Tigers towards the end of the season. And I promise you this, we're not going to blink. I'm glad we beat Florida. Tomorrow's going to be Tell the Truth Monday. And we're going to be on to Ole Miss. And I'm going to take it one day at a time. But I'm always going to appreciate my time here. I have no regrets. Not one day. I was not going to have a bad day. I'm not going to blink. I'll tell you guys that. You know, the circumstances that we haven't won enough games in the last 2 years, I totally get it. I want to take it.
On the field, his situation very similar to Gene Chizik.
Yeah.
Chizik's second year, he went 8-4 the next year, I believe it was, and then didn't win a game in the SEC. The next year, Coach O has already beat that. But I think this is the key. He lost his offensive and defensive coordinator from that national championship team, and so did Coach Chizik. So when you have that big of a shift, boy, there's a lot of moving parts, isn't it?
Unless you're Nick Saban. Then you,
And
then you
Oh yeah, no, that's a whole other thing.
Unless you swap
he-
coordinators.
yeah.
I mean,
And quarterbacks.
Yeah, you don't even know who the coordinators are and don't care.
Yeah.
You know,
Yes,
they come and go like just check in, check out like a hotel.
Personally, I've never thought Coach O was a great head coach. I've never been impressed with him as a head
Good
coach.
motivator, probably a good position coach.
I think he had one really good team, and he was able to manage that with all these other people. But as far as him being your head coach, I've always thought he was average.
Well, he didn't have a good run at Ole Miss, but when he left, he's
a
Ole
good
Miss
recruiter.
did very good. He was interim at USC and went 6-2, I think, and that's what got him this job. And of all jobs, if LSU doesn't fit for him, none of them.
Oh,
do.
right. Yeah, I agree with that.
He speaks the lingo.
And he's that typical
But is it-
interim guy. You remember he did it at USC, and that's how he got the LSU job.
That's what I'm saying. 6-2.
Yeah.
So pretty good job out there. So, who does LSU get though? Who's on their short list?
Well,
Now,
Nick
we've already-
Saban.
Yeah.
The guy from Cincinnati's who I'd start with.
Yeah, he's good.
Now, who is that? I don't even know.
Fickle.
Yeah. You know, I like him. He seems a little fickle. Greg, let me give you
Boy,
props.
you better win, or the LSU fans will have a terrible chant for you.
Yeah. By the way,
If your last name's Fickle.
I've never seen the current Iowa team play, but you called them.
Yeah.
I can't take them serious. I mean, by now they should have. I mean, this year's the year. We've been hearing that. And France, whatever how you say his name, he was one of the first $1 million guys, and he's been there 100,000 years. And they're going to be good, but they're not. I just don't. They may prove me wrong at some point, but I just don't see them as a contender for the national title.
They go down over the weekend. But here's what that I didn't know. I didn't know anything about them. And you said, hey, they're a pretender just because they're Iowa, which that's a pretty good way to
just
go.
go by the pass.
Yeah, Greg, 2 words right again. But
Right again.
But here's the thing that gets me. I had no idea because I was getting ready to leave on Saturday, and they were doing the I guess it was Saturday night, wasn't it? They were doing the look back. And all of a sudden, all these experts, which we certainly aren't, of course, it's hard to tell by our record on Friday night, but the local experts. But anyway, but what I'm saying is this: I didn't realize that their offense has been bad all year.
Oh, I didn't either. I know I've heard
There's
about
their
their
defense.
defense.
Yeah,
It's so good.
all the analysts were saying, well, finally the lack of offense caught up. I'm like, wait a minute,
Okay.
we got a team at number 2 that doesn't have a good offense.
Rick, they have a slogan that punting is winning.
Right. So I didn't know any of that. And basically,
And
they
you
said,
ain't win.
basically,
you got to have a good defense, but in today's world, you better be able to.
basically, from what I heard, they have a good running back, and they basically run him 40 times a game, and they can't throw the ball, and the quarterback can't throw it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, we can't have a team like that at number 2. So anyway, Purdue, by the way, Purdue is a threat
Oh, yeah.
And they're never going to win a championship, but they're going to ruin somebody's season.
They do it all
They
the
are.
time.
You're right.
Yeah, and so that took place, and so Greg gets a ride again on the weekend.
Yeah,
on
right again. I tried to tell you.
on the Iowa Pretenders, and
It's kind of weird because the Big Ten has 4 teams in the top 10, but all of them. I mean, Ohio State's sitting there at 5. We know how good they are, but then you got Michigan and Michigan State undefeated. But how good are they?
And y'all made fun of me, but I almost got Tennessee right.
you did.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
It was close.
Yeah.
I'm telling you. Oh, Heupel's got him rolling.
Yep.
He's looking sharp.
I think. Would you say that Tennessee and Arkansas both? Can you tell them just hang on?
Yeah. Yeah.
They're
There's a
obviously
Tennessee.
a lot better than they have been.
Yeah.
But again, they're playing in a conference. You don't get an off week.
No.
There is no homecoming game.
15 minutes to the top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. And we thank you for being with us. So a couple of updates there. Is there anything else y'all wanted to hit in particular from any of the updates on that? I was
well, Kentucky went into Athens with high hopes, and Georgia kind of set that straight. Although I will say this, Kentucky is another team that has really come a long way. They're serious.
They're physical.
Yeah,
they're real physical.
Very, very much so, and got a lot of talented players. So it's the SEC is just a tough place to play, and Georgia and Alabama appear to be a step ahead of everybody. So we'll see how all that plays out. It's a lot of grinder left to go.
Yeah, I didn't see any of the game, but from what I saw, like because when I was tailgating in Starkville, they have a TV inside the tent, and the dog diner was happening, and so I looked up, and it looked like early on when the game started. I'm talking about Kentucky and Georgia now, and that's when I thought, uh-oh. Now it may have changed. I don't know how much of the game y'all saw because I didn't see, but it looked like the worst thing that can happen to you when you're playing a really good team is that Kentucky couldn't stop the run. It looked like Georgia was running the ball at will. I mean, just their offensive line was just dominating Kentucky.
That back was just busting
and every time they give it to a back, it was just. I mean, he would run 2 to 3 yards before he encountered anybody.
Yeah.
In white and blue.
They got so much talent.
Yeah. So when I saw that the run was working, I thought now everything's available.
Yes, yeah. And sure enough, boom.
Yeah.
Here comes a big one.
So anyway, I didn't see that. I mean, did Kentucky? If you're a Kentucky fan, did you walk away saying, "Hey, at least we were competitive"?
Yeah, it wasn't embarrassing, and considering that Georgia is pretty much embarrassing everybody, you have to come away going. We've come a long way. We still got a ways to go, but I think Stoops has done an outstanding job.
Well, I think too when you look at
is he going to be on the short list anywhere?
Yeah, I think when you look at I was going to ask that uncomfortable question. If you're a Coach Stoops, and I don't mean
is
this,
an LSU job attractive?
I just want to say this as kindly as I can because I really like Kentucky.
Yeah.
I really do. I like the state. I like the people in Kentucky. We got a lot of great affiliates in Kentucky and a lot of great people who support us. But if you're Stoops, do you think this is as good as Kentucky football can ever be? I have hit the ceiling?
Well, one thing, if you saw any of the game this weekend, Rick, there was a lot of comparisons saying Kentucky has not been this good since Bear Bryant was there.
Well,
no, you're right. They had been 6-0.
Yeah.
And guys, I think we're getting a little over our skis with Kentucky. Look at their schedule. Let's not get carried away.
Okay.
Let's be in reality.
I don't follow it well enough to know.
The loss last week that LSU had to Kentucky is why Orgeron got fired. You don't lose to Kentucky, period. No matter how good they are. I don't care what their record was when you've beat Louisiana Monroe, Missouri, Chattanooga. South Carolina's not any good.
No,
okay. I know you beat. They usually don't beat them, but they're not any good. You beat Florida, but turns out Florida's. They're struggling. And then you beat LSU, and it turns out they're not any good. And
so you're not buying Big Blue.
I'm not buying Big Blue. And if I'm
selling Big Blue?
If I'm Mark Stoops and I can get out of Kentucky and go to an LSU, sign me up today.
Okay.
Because I can go win a national title there. I can't do anything.
That's what I was saying.
Other than go 5-6-1 against teams that are not any good.
All right, let me ask you this. Here I go.
Sorry, Kentucky, you're a basketball school. You still are.
Let me go back to this.
That's Helms.
Yeah,
it is Helms.
Well, that's what
it's reality. Is what it is. It's not Helms.
What I was asking
Come on, Big Blue.
Is Stoops playing football at Georgia? I mean, at Kentucky as good as you can.
I think so.
And then when he says, "Well, there's somewhere else I could actually win a championship,"
none
of us think Kentucky.
It was 30-13 this weekend.
Right.
So you're telling me you're going to have a shot on down the road 2 or 3 years from now? Somehow you're going to get those guys that are at Georgia, Alabama, Clemson, Florida to come to your school?
Mm-hmm.
No. Get out, Stoops.
Let me.
Kentucky still in second place in the SEC.
May I ask an uncomfortable question?
Great job, Stoops. But
Can I ask an uncomfortable question? Now, this is not fair because if you look at the SEC right now, there's Georgia, Alabama, and then everybody else is playing in some other league where they knock each other off and all this kind of stuff. And it's nobody's fault. It's just the league. Has Georgia beat a good team?
Well, that's a valid argument.
Have they really beat anybody?
It's a valid question, not a valid argument. It's a valid question.
Their best win right now is Auburn.
And did we think Auburn's a great team?
I think Auburn is better than what we've been given or what I've been giving them credit for.
Yeah.
But again, Clemson, if you want to go through Georgia, Clemson, turns out they're not the Clemson of old.
They're
not
they hammered UAB, okay? South Carolina, again, not any good. Vandy, you're Vandy. Arkansas, I mean, you saw what Auburn did to them. And then Auburn, 34-10. That's a pretty good win.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, Kentucky this weekend.
Yeah,
And
Auburn is their marquee win right now.
Yeah, well, in Kentucky.
Yeah.
If you look at record.
And to your point, Bubba, will be their marquee win from here on out till you get because they don't have anybody else.
They got
Tennessee.
they got Florida next.
Well, to
at
my
the end
point,
of
it's
October,
not the
and you
Florida.
never know who they are.
Right.
I
So we'll
mean,
see. So,
But
but
you are what your record is.
But it's
so-
nobody's fault because honestly,
not.
I
It's not
honestly,
anybody's
guys, I know that we're big SEC guys. There's really only two good teams in the SEC.
Yeah.
And it's Georgia and Alabama.
Yep.
Because Kentucky is second in the East, Auburn is second in the West
Mm-hmm.
right now.
And I don't think any of us think that Kentucky or Auburn's going to go win a national championship. That they're at the level of Alabama, Georgia. Apparently not, because they've actually played them.
But in the driver's seat to do just that if they just take care of business here on out. And that's crazy for me to even think about and say, but it's true.
So Auburn and Kentucky sit in the number 2 spot, and Georgia beat them 34-10 and 30-13. So there's a big drop.
It's a huge drop.
You know, I mean,
Yeah, about 4 touchdowns.
right. So you see the rest of the SEC kind of has their own little league going,
Yeah.
and everybody just kind of waiting for Alabama and Georgia to play.
Well, you only have, as far as league play, you've only got 2 teams with a winning record in the East. That's Georgia and Kentucky. And you've only got 3 teams in the West, Alabama, Auburn, and Ole Miss.
And to the Stoops of the world, I've got a deal now in a couple of years with Oklahoma and Texas. So would I rather go do that with LSU? Not that they're going to offer him, or would I rather stay at Kentucky?
But if you're LSU, don't you look at Stoops?
I do.
You got to.
100%.
But the Stoops go, I got it made here, and I make a lot, and I'll use this to get a raise, which I make good money anyway. They have upgraded their facilities. Everybody
Yeah.
seen a story on that the other day.
Yeah.
They're no longer just basketball. They've actually spent some money on them. I mean,
Basketball's making them money for that.
And to
I'm
your-
just saying, if
Greg,
you go now, if I want to win a national championship, I got to leave. But if I just want to have a good career and could win 7, 8 ball games,
and they're not going to let you go for that because
right.
that's awesome there.
no, they'll build a statue.
And I know,
Absolutely.
I know we don't. Yeah, I know we don't think about that. But sometimes where you are, if you were going where you're never going to win a national championship, he goes, and nobody expects me to.
Right.
So
Right.
so I can sit here forever and make great
Well,
Jack.
I
like you
want
said,
y'all to
Greg.
still talk about the
and they're getting
basketball
better
team.
athletes.
Yeah, and you might even name the football stadium after me if I keep being competitive. like that.
If you're in the athletic department
Less stressful on
at
his family.
Kentucky,
Absolutely.
if you're in the athletic department at Kentucky, you need to give him more than a lighter for Christmas.
Right? Yeah, that's
Oh,
true.
he's going to get a big raise. You bet on
Because
that.
like you say, you take some of this, the expectations when you go to LSU. Ask Coach O.
Yeah.
Or you go to some of the other SEC schools. If you're not competing for a national championship, they get rid of you.
Yeah.
At
And I heard-
Kentucky, they say, "Hey, we're good, and we have a great record, and we win some games that we normally didn't win." That's all you have to do here.
That's it.
Yeah. And by the way, you got good seats at the basketball games. Top of the hour. We'll be back.
New day in Kentucky, Rick.
Yeah.
Big blue.
Doing a good job. Of course, Georgia, 30-13.
Oh yeah.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
LSU.
6 minutes past the hour from the broadcast plaza and teleports. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang all here. Welcome back for a brand new hour. There he is, the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged. Thank all of you for joining us.
All right, so Helmsy, I promise we will handle this with care. I promise.
Yeah, that's
okay.
fine.
And if you need me to cut anybody's mic off, I will.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Okay.
You talking about Mojo?
I noticed, just in
not
passing, I noticed that the Braves, are
Off to a good start, Rick.
they're vying to
Yes.
try to get to a very important series,
Oh, yeah.
and they're in a very important series.
They are.
and so that's all I'm going to say because I know that you're invested.
I am.
And little
Went to a game this year.
How about this little Michael Hams when you were a little boy with your Braves
Yes.
hat on? He's
Yeah.
come back alive.
Absolutely.
Does he sit there and watch the games with you, little Hams?
Well, he has,
Yeah.
no doubt. I am going to get to, and we're going to have him on the podcast or show, but I am going to speak at an event in 2022 with Sid Bream, which is an honor because that's one of my biggest childhood memories.
Oh, yeah.
And we're going to have him coming up on the show. And so any of those type memories always come full circle during playoff season, and the Braves are a part of
Will
it.
he reenact going to home plate?
You don't think that that'll be part of my questioning, how many times he gets asked that. And
I remember jumping up and down screaming, drop the trailer, drop the trailer.
Can I tell you what is so funny?
took you forever to get there, pal.
Yeah, fandom is so funny. I enjoy fandom. I told Greg and Bubba that my son is a big sports fan, and he pulls for the kind of franchises that break your heart. and
They tease you.
You're gonna love this. Talking about the current technology we all have. He goes, as a fan of my teams, I don't know why I've signed up for alerts. He goes, so really what I've done is I have asked people to remind me to be sad.
Yeah. Yeah.
In case you're having a good day, here's a little bad news.
But anyway, but the Braves are playing.
They're playing really good. It's a fact. And the Dodgers are a little down with injuries and with pitching and some of the position players. And so but the way they're winning, Rick, they're having these moments. We've got 2 walk-offs in 2 nights.
Yes.
And it's been so exciting for the Atlanta Braves.
Yeah, look at the
really
here's a little highlight from the latest walk-off. Have you seen this right
I'm
now?
mad I went to bed.
I have.
Right there it is. Uh-huh.
There it is.
Uh-huh.
How
Boy.
about that? I wish
2
I
outs.
wish we could play the audio. I know Major League Baseball is horrible about the copyright stuff, but the crowds have been amazing.
They really have.
And tomahawk chops, and that. I'll be honest. There's that soccer song that everybody does, and I'm trying. I don't know the name of it, but it gets so loud,
whoa,
that's
thing.
it.
Yeah.
And I'm not. I don't.
Yeah.
At first, I didn't like the Atlanta Braves adopting that.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna tell you something. It was pretty special last night when they adopted it.
Yeah.
It was loud.
I know.
I could not believe it. So I went to bed at 10 o'clock, and we all make these decisions on, all right, is it worth staying up? And when the Braves doubled up in the 7th, and I was like, well, they're losing 4-2. I'm going to bed. I can't stay up till 11 for this. And I had to use the restroom at 2 a.m., which Helmsy titled "Tinkled at 2." And I saw the update, the notification, and it said Braves win 5-4. And I'm like, you're kidding me. So then this morning I started looking at highlights, and my goodness. That was a special night.
Saturday night, Austin Riley, who's the third baseman, he had a big home run and then got the walk-off single in the 9th. Then I had convinced myself by the time that game was over with that this is how we'll do things.
Yeah.
He's from Tennessee and didn't go to college. He was actually he had signed with Mississippi State, but ended up getting drafted by the Braves, and so he took that route. I had convinced myself the other night that Austin Riley grew up listening to the show.
Yeah.
And I know we do that, but I told Amanda.
Yeah.
Amanda was getting tired of it. I said, he probably when he was a middle schooler, his kids, his parents probably had him listening to the show.
You got to go with the odds.
Yeah, I mean they were probably pretty good.
Yeah.
Well, he was at some point. The Rick and Bubba show came into Austin Riley's life.
Do you think so when he was
Fully
playing at
believe that.
State?
And he didn't play. He went straight to
he
the
went
Braves.
straight
So
to
where
the
did he play
pros.
ball? Where was his high school?
Just in the Tennessee, Memphis area.
Yeah.
And I know we don't have an affiliate up there, but we did at some point,
did, yeah.
and I just have to
We
feel
did
like
a live
it's-
show from Memphis.
Yeah.
Hey, at one
Talk to a
point,
guy from Memphis
Rick,
about that.
at one point, I had his parents upset that they ripped the show from us in Memphis.
Well, I like the way you're thinking.
That's the way I had it.
Well, I'll tell you what, if he ever made it to Mississippi, he would have listened because I don't know anybody in Mississippi doesn't listen. I've just come back from a weekend in Mississippi. Every person in Mississippi listens.
Yeah, you're welcome.
They're proud of their native son.
Can't wait to tell you what happened to one guy on this show. Can't wait to tell you that story.
Okay.
Good.
That's so good.
It's so us, too.
Yeah.
It's so us.
I think the reason I'm not so concerned with Mojo at this point, because I feel like as a Braves fan, we're playing with house money right now.
Easy.
You lost Acuna at the first of the year, and that everybody thought, well, here it is. We ain't no way we can do. And then you pick up Jock Peterson, who
Boy,
used
hit
to
a
play with
bomb
the Dodgers,
last night.
then went to Cubs. He hits a bomb last night. You'd love this guy, Rick. He's for some reason he's wearing pearls. He's got a blonde mohawk, and
they're real.
yeah, and he's a little hefty, but he can hammer it.
Jocktober.
Yeah.
Did y'all just
Hammer
say
it.
he's wearing pearls?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I actually did a press conference on it, and he's like, yeah, and they're actually real. So now he's wearing a pearl neck. Anyway,
Hey,
and so
big
now,
pearls.
now
no,
the big,
Rick, big pearls. Like
that's what it is.
Mickey
Hey,
Moto.
It really is. I know it's uncomfortable to say,
it
but
is.
it is.
I know.
And so
Now,
now you
why-
look out in
why
the
is he
you look
doing
out
well,
in the
that's a mystery, and for some reason,
thought you said it was his mom or something.
Braden told me of somebody's mom, and then last night they get given a Dale Murphy reference when they kept
What?
talking
What?
about it, and I'm like,
If
sir,
it's not for his mom,
Drag
he
Murphy
really
into
needs
this.
to.
so now you see
Well-
people in the stands with
Pearls.
pearls on. It's funny.
hey,
I don't like
hey,
anybody with any
I
necklace
don't-
on trying to play
I'll be
ball.
honest. If he keeps hitting it the way he's hitting it, I don't care what he
Just
No,
wears.
you're
keep
right.
doing whatever,
That's
man.
perfectly fine.
You're
Wear a
good.
dress.
You're fine.
Frankly,
Go up there with a sundress as long as you get to hit.
in all fairness, I agree with that, but I will tell y'all this for future reference. I was having a better day before I knew that.
Oh,
Yeah.
I would like
Okay.
y'all just said that.
There-
Hey, I like.
There he is, Rick.
Look, I like Jocktober when you said that.
Yeah.
That felt
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
If you'd have just
Ricky's
left,
unathletic looking.
if you'd have just left the pearl necklace thing out,
Right.
I would have been great.
I wish we could show his home run last night.
Oh, man.
You're talking about a pimp job, number one. He talks to, it seems like before he takes a step, he talks to everybody in the dugout. And just as he's going around the bases, he's screaming at everybody. Like, you love this guy.
That I would love.
And the fact that he, I mean,
ridiculous.
And I think
Rick, here's the thing, too. He's got a little hefty. He's hit a bomb. He's wearing pearls. And then when you think you get better, he takes his helmet off. He's got a blonde mohawk.
I'm starting to question him.
Well,
He's a little crazy, okay? He's just,
right.
And I love the fact that he
so-
used to play with the Dodgers.
Right.
And, hey, in your face last
right.
night, Dodger
yes,
blue.
Look, you just let me adjust to the pearls.
I know.
That was it.
Yeah.
Everything else, I'm. You know,
I thought it
So
was
where
a
do
joke.
we go to L.A. now for 3 or 2?
Here's the homer right here. Don't miss that bomb.
Good gracious.
night.
Yeah.
Pearls and all.
Jocktober.
Lickety
landed
yak
chop house.
pearls.
Landed the chop
Way to
house.
go, me.
That thing landed in Villarica.
He's screaming at everybody.
This is going to help me. They pick it back up Tuesday, but it's an early game. It's like a 4:00 game.
I
So
might watch
that's
that.
going to help us a
Why
ton.
not?
yeah.
And I'm
So do they do
invested.
2 or 3 in L.A. now? What's the format for this?
2-3-2. Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and warn you about something.
I think if we just talk about what's happened and stay there, then we're fine.
Are you? Don't say anything about
Yeah.
the pearls.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying
okay.
when he hits a bomb, I just wish he'd scream out Mickey Moto. But anyway, but listen, that's not nothing. I'm moving off pearls because I have to.
Okay.
But I just picked up on something a minute ago, and I don't want to alarm you. Okay. Bubba used the word "we."
I know.
No, he did.
I heard it.
You can't
I
do that.
I
You can't
I
do
heard
that.
it and
What did I
ignored
say?
it.
There it goes.
What did I
You
say?
said so. We go to L.A. next.
Yeah.
There it goes.
Yes, don't
Well,
do
let me
that.
let me
Don't do
correct
that.
that. So the
hoping.
Braves go to L.A. for
Correct.
2 or 3 games.
3
That's
games.
all I wanted to
Three
know.
games.
Again, the reason I didn't say anything and the reason I feel
don't
like
bring
we're
attention
I feel
to it.
like we're playing house money.
You're right.
I really do.
Okay.
Anything outside of this is gravy because nobody expected this.
Okay.
If you're a Braves fan and you expected to be 2-0 against the Dodgers, even in the NLCS, then you're just lying.
And
okay?
stop.
You're just lying about it.
Okay,
And we're good right there. That's it.
I have good news.
That's it.
I have good news on Austin Riley
We're not stopping.
on your fantasy.
Here we go.
About the show.
Here we go.
He actually played high school in South Haven, Mississippi. So he absolutely grew up on the show.
Oh, yeah.
Good night. Yes.
So there you can have that fantasy now.
He did. Take that, Amanda.
Boy, you're awful happy to win that argument.
Ain't no way he grew up in South Haven, Mississippi to know about this show.
That's right.
There ain't one person in Mississippi don't listen. Not one. We'll be back 16 minutes past the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. So we've kind of done our football normal Monday routine where we kind of start talking about college football. Then that leads us into some other stories. And I know we're heavy sports on Monday. I got it. But one of the big stories from the weekend in college football was that Coach O announced that he will not be the head coach at LSU in the 2022 season. That 2021 will be the end.
That's it.
It looks like Coach O has actually called the show.
Oh, really? Huh.
Coach O, welcome back to Rick and Bubba.
Well, it's good about how are you? Go Tigers.
Yeah, absolutely. Coach, a bit of a shocker, the announcement that you will not be the coach next year.
Because levels of Florida was higher.
Yeah, I agree. And
well said.
You did beat Florida, but you're right. The defense did not look that strong.
No.
Winning by 49-42. Are you surprised they're going to let you stay on and coach the rest of the season?
Well, it's 17.5.
Yeah. Now, see, of all the things that I heard as clear as a bell was the number 17.5 million. So, that'll help you hang around.
Yeah, dream job is here. We can get out there and get after them to finish up. And go Tigers.
Yeah, you're going to finish the season out. I got it.
Finish the season out.
Finish
strong. That's it.
Right.
Do you
play to win? He said.
Do you? And I know we played a press conference a minute ago, but just now that I have you, talking to you one-on-one, do you understand the LSU decision, or are you offended by this?
Well, it's not whatever. Rick, I was 17.5.
Right. Okay. Right. Yeah. So it seems like you're okay with it. Do you have plans to coach anywhere else, or are you gonna just say I'm on retire? I mean, what's your long-term plans?
Well, I like to be a cook down there at 17.5.
Did he say you wanted to be a cook somewhere?
Coach, you got anything that you want to say to the LSU fans with that I know this is your opportunities to speak to them directly now, of course, are numbered.
Well, thank you, Rick. I was there, back in 2019, but I was on Tigers, great job. Go Tigers.
I really enjoyed it.
Well said, Coach.
I couldn't have said it better.
Yeah.
Myself.
Well, at the COVID year, I mean that was difficult,
right?
And do you have any things you can point to that have made the team kind of underperform? Some things that you think are contributing to this?
Well, yeah.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Right. So, that's pretty straightforward. You're right. There's no doubt about that. Well, Coach, I thank you for taking the time to call us in a time that I know is difficult, and so it means a lot to us.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to call it and said I'd wake up the honey here, but I was here. And it's 17.5. Go Tigers.
There you go. Thank you, Coach. Coach O. See you, Coach.
There he goes. Wow.
He threw in the honey.
Well, I'm glad he cleared all that up.
Yeah, that was good.
I know. I feel more informed now.
Well, I think that clears it up.
I think it does too. I think it does too.
Pretty much laid it out there.
Yep. Sounds like Coach O's got a game plan.
He likes the buyout and that they're standing behind the money.
He does.
And they'll finish the season out together.
Yeah. By the way, if anybody,
Tigers.
if anybody wants to offer me just his buyout money, I'll coach coach next year.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, just the buyout money.
Yeah.
And I think I can go 500 straight up.
And I guess the buyout money is what's left in the contract. They're going to go ahead and pay it to him.
Yeah, Bubba. I mean, Coach O was pretty straightforward.
Yeah, I think he cleared
said
it
a
up.
lot there.
He did.
Yes, he did.
He cleared up a lot.
Not
too.
always the easiest to understand, but he said a lot.
Yeah, he did.
You know what I kept hearing clear though, which is interesting. 17.5.
Yeah, well, I think I would say that pretty clear. Too.
Yeah.
I don't know if you heard. Gus Malzahn was pretty clear on some of that too.
No, I didn't hear that.
Well, 11.
Right.
That's right.
These
I forgot
are
about that.
some nice parting gifts. Remember on the game shows when they said, "Oh, and we have nice parting gifts." for
And
you."
Coach O can go, I got a national championship too. I got that and 17.5.
Right.
That's it.
You know?
Yeah.
Did
you see
17.5?
17.5.
What was the number? His overall coaching record as a head coach is pretty good. I mean, at LSU,
Guys, I'm
pretty
telling
good.
you, what has got him that losing the job was the loss to Kentucky, and then last year he lost to Mississippi State and I think Missouri. You don't lose to those three teams in 2 years and keep a job. You just don't.
Right. Not if you're LSU.
And then you sprinkle a little controversial off the field.
Yep.
And some line that kind of doesn't like the program's really under the authoritative rule that we kind of like, the no nonsense discipline. Not a lot of discipline there in your life or the players' lives under your leadership. But really, if an undisciplined leader is in leadership, he probably will produce an undisciplined product.
That's it.
Problem.
Yeah. So because what does the team take on? The personality of the head coach.
That's it.
Well, think about this too. His record at LSU, and this is in the SEC West, okay, which we know is a grinder, 49-17. What other schools would like that record right now? Tennessee.
Yeah.
By the way, that fight song lends itself to a great interview sounder.
It does. Not sad.
It really does.
It really does.
But
It just really is.
pretty big deal for us to get that interview.
No,
Rick,
for
hey,
sure.
sought
For sure.
after.
Because he's not doing many.
No,
I mean,
he's not.
after all that. You know?
Yeah, it's but it goes back to what we've said all along, even on this NIL thing, which I know is people may not like, whatever. But the coaches are not loyal to the school. The school is not loyal to the coach. So why should the players be ostracized when people say they're not loyal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they get recruited by somebody that somebody eventually takes away, or they leave on their own, and so it goes back to this again as the way the world works as a football coach is, like I said, and this is about the same time period when my son was playing at Auburn. In the 4 years he was there we went from the theme all in to It's a New Day in 4 years. Okay, so it's all about winning and losing, and if you're gonna have some off-field stuff, you got to win real big.
I was just looking at some of the publications from Louisiana. Lane Kiffin is mentioned a lot in this.
Oh, my.
And Jimbo Fisher, which I don't know if they can get him.
Your phone calls coming up. 866 We Be Big. We chat with you next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. And we want you to join us. We'd love to chat with you about whatever you want to talk about. We've chatted about a good bit, most of it in the sports world, but doesn't have to be. You can really talk about anything you want to. LinkedIn.com/Bubba is teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show. Do you have a opportunity you'd like to make available? Okay, good. Well, then go to LinkedIn.com, and if you're like a small business, you don't have a lot of time to spend, and you certainly can't waste time interviewing people that really don't have the basic foundations for the role that you have available. So with LinkedIn.com/Bubba, they take some targeting questions from you. They'll put it in front of their 770 million people. Then they'll use these targeting questions to weed it down. So then when you're doing the interviews, you're only interviewing people that have already at least passed the basic test to be considered. Now you're interviewing the best of the best. So LinkedIn.com/Bubba. You can post this job for free as a listener of this show. And you can also find a link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. We call this a Speedy Special because it's free.
How about that?
And by the way, I don't for a minute think that you pay for your food at Hamburger Heaven. All right, so
Not for a minute.
Certainly did.
Heard that on the way in
Pete
today.
says
Hey, Pete. Boy, you talking about a Rick and Bubba veteran.
Yeah.
Also, as we're going to the phones, we just heard Colin Powell has passed away.
Yeah, at 84. COVID complications, they say.
84 years old. I know the question on everybody's mind, was he fully vaccinated? It doesn't really say here, does it?
No.
I tell you what probably was the problem. He got COVID and he's 84.
Yeah, that'll do it.
So that's 84. Colin Powell has passed away.
Yeah, famous general, former Secretary of State, and chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. So he held some of the highest jobs in our government.
To the phones we go. Landon is in Alabama. 30 seconds a pop. You can get in too. Landon, you get us started. Go ahead.
Hey man, I know y'all saw that disastrous ending with Ole Miss and Tennessee, but Lane Kiffin, he's getting ready to sign a deal with Pinnacle. He's going to be their new face of their practice golf balls.
Pinnacle. Okay,
It's a golf ball reference.
Your phone cut out right when you said it. We wasn't sure what you said.
Continuing, let's go to Melissa in Alabama. Melissa, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hi, good morning, guys.
Hey.
I just wanted to say a couple things. You know how Auburn is a second-half team?
Mm-hmm.
That seems to be the trend. They come out in the second half and they just get it done. I think the Braves are also like a second-half team. Once the stretch is over, they come out and they just get it done.
I'm sorry we can't comment on this because Helms won't.
Great call. Appreciate you. Go
right.
Braves.
Yeah, that's right. We can't even say a word.
Yeah, we've got a no-comment policy right now on that.
We continue. Byron, dangerous territory also in Alabama. Byron, go ahead.
Helms, hear me out. We signed Jock to a one-year deal next year, put him in the minor leagues, let him hang around with his pearls, do nothing, and then come October, we bring him up. He wears his little pearls, has his nice little hair, hits bombs for us, and then we keep moving on to the next year.
Yeah, as long as he's available in September, I really don't care.
Okay.
September, October. I don't care what happens between because he seems they don't call him Jocktober for nothing.
Right.
Okay. He's on record for doing this.
And stop.
No.
Please.
By the way, getting several stories about the pearls, Dale Murphy references, heard all that, but that I don't think that has anything to do with why Jock's wearing them.
Somebody's brother.
I've heard that too, but can't get clarification on that.
So we did get the update, Bubba, so that Colin Powell was fully vaccinated.
Yeah, I know,
according to what I'm seeing.
According
yes.
to what we're getting.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why we have to make that point, but
well,
when they say complications, that could be pneumonia or something.
He's 84.
Yeah, that has a lot to do.
84. John in Birmingham. John, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, has Greg earned everybody or just me about every number in every statistic? Challenging it or thinking where they get their numbers? Because you just said LinkedIn, there's 750 million users.
Yeah.
Where'd you get that number from?
Yeah, and it's 770 if you really want to have
That's
some
pretty
fun
easy
with
to
it.
calculate, actually.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm with you, but no. To your greater point, does Greg make us question everything? 100% he does. Yeah.
When I see the sun coming up, I get a compass out to be sure it's in the east.
All right, so they're saying the world's largest professional network. Adler's pulled it up on LinkedIn. It's 774 plus million members in more than 200 countries and territories worldwide.
Yeah, that's about right.
But yes, Greg would tell us to show him where those numbers come from.
And that's an easy find. I mean, guys, we can tell how many people are Blaze subscribers and how many podcast numbers.
Right. Yeah.
Unless the company's lying, which I don't think they are, they can. That's a pretty easy number to pull.
But I do hear what he's saying about being skeptical.
Now, I'm as skeptical as anybody on some of this other stuff that we're throwing around.
Well, now, if anybody...
And it's Greg's fault. It is Greg's fault, to his ultimate point.
If I hear things now like there's 115,000 monarch butterflies, I'm like, how do they know that? And I didn't do that until Greg started all that.
You're right.
Let's continue to Charlie in Tennessee.
Charlie,
welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead, buddy.
Hey, I was watching Fox News Friday after your all show, and he was talking, had a speech at some kind of a school, and I noticed that I heard his voice and I saw his mouth move, but they weren't in sync. You reckon they're trying to do a voiceover these days to make sure everything's right?
Who are you talking about?
Joe Biden.
Oh, yeah. Are we now is he just supposed to move his mouth and now there's an impressionist? Guys, I think when it comes to the mental state of our president and him trying to carry on and finish this term, I think anything is possible.
Yeah, it would be hard pressed for me to be shocked.
I'm at the point now, and I know we do it just because he's got such an important job. You know, all of us who have loved ones that have been through this, it's getting harder and harder to watch. And honestly, it's really moving into the category of sad because he really doesn't. I know what's going on with him because I don't have to be a doctor to know, and we all know. And some of this acting like that's not the case is almost becoming cruel at this point. Yeah. Let's go to Brian. Brian, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Brian. Go ahead.
I was just wondering, are we going to be counting vaccine deaths like we do COVID deaths? Like if you die with the vaccine, that means you died because of the vaccine?
Right. Yeah. I bet you won't be able to sell that, but that's a great point. Some of the dying with COVID versus dying of COVID, we talked about that a lot over the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Let's go to Zach and Foley.
What about it, Zach?
Zach, 30 seconds. Come on with it.
Monkey grass and green acres.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, buddy.
So y'all missing two big things that happened in the Braves games the last couple of days. First of all, Jock Peterson has been using a bat that he stole from Anthony Rizzo when they were at the Cubs together. And then one of the relief pitchers for the Dodgers is a cat lover, and his cleats have cat fur on them.
Have what on them?
Cat fur.
Cat fur.
Gosling is who he's talking about.
What's happening to sports?
So a couple things. One,
what do you think?
We've taken this Jock Peterson story and turned it into something I think better than it actually is, and I'm okay with that. I don't think he actually stole Anthony Rizzo's bat. I think he's hitting with the same bat that Anthony Rizzo hit with, and Rizzo gave him some to bring to Atlanta with him. Now, maybe I'm wrong and he actually stole them, but stealing the bats is that Fran Core and the guys that were doing the game last night and the previous night don't really describe it the way that guy did.
Yeah.
But I like that. As far as the cat fur, this is he used to be a starter, and I think he dealt with some injuries. He wears this. He's got this goatee beard thing that looks weird. His hair's weird, and this is what he has on his cleats. And this is real cat hair on the laces of his shoe. He pitched Saturday night against the Braves. Actually got a hit. An infield hit at one point and was digging down first in those cleats.
That's a lot of fur
that
on there.
That is real.
Do I take it a cat didn't make it? Is that how he got that fur?
Bubba, I think he has. I could be off on the number, but he obviously loves cats. I think he's got like 10 to 20 at his apartment or house.
I bet it smells like urine.
This is real cat fur that is on his cleats that he had woven into his laces.
It's just,
and you got to look at that as you face him.
Somewhere my dad is saying the phrase, I've outlived my time.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Can you imagine the coaches we played for? And my dad, will use him as the stereotypical coach we all played for because he was.
Yeah.
And we walk up with our cleats on, with cat fur on them, and a picture of a kitty on the side.
Yes, yeah.
Now I want you to imagine.
Yeah. This is him, by the way.
Let me tell you, my cleats would have been thrown so far off a cliff.
Yeah. Oh, no.
And what would be said to me about the cleats I better have on when I decide to come back, if he decides to even keep me on the team, would be found in my locker, or he would tell me to that. This
story is not new to us knowing about this pitcher and his cats. What is new is the fact that he put one of them on the side of his cleat and now has fur. And I thought the other was over the line, but this is just the guy's crazy.
What's happened to the world of sports?
I know.
I mean, we got a picture in Major League Baseball with his kitty cat.
Yes.
And we got a guy hitting home runs wearing pearls that my mama's got. What, is this the way to draw me back to baseball?
Yeah,
this is not working?
I don't know.
I will tell you something.
This is just a lot different than Mr. October,
One of the rule changes that's helped baseball, in my opinion, is this whole when a pitcher enters, he either has to get out of the inning or face 3 batters. That has completely changed baseball for me. Because you got guys coming in there struggling, and you got to stay in there a while.
But if he has kitty cleats, can we let him leave?
Rick, I was trying to get off that.
I know.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Nine minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us. Excited. So I'll recap the weekend in Mississippi. Had a beautiful, beautiful fall day down south and headed to the beautiful state of Mississippi. And I'll kind of recap. Should I just go in chronological order, I guess?
Probably.
Yeah. So here's how the weekend in Mississippi was going to play out. On Saturday, now, Sherry and I are part of everybody's favorite tailgate down in the Junction, and that is Dog Diner. People come for miles for Dog Diner.
Yeah.
Bubba, I thought you'd love this picture. Notice my cookie and Bubba's and Big Love's cookie.
Yeah, yours has already got a bite out of it.
Hey, don't you love those kind of cookies?
I
mean,
are you asking me that?
I know. And did you know you can order those, and they're like 100 feet from where my tent is?
What next? You gonna ask me if I got an iPhone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know how I love a turnkey. Okay? And so when you're in this tailgate group, certain games are assigned to you as the host family. Now, everybody's supposed to bring something, but the host family has to get on the ground. Okay. They have to get the tent set up. Now, we're using Southern tradition, so everything is set up. You just got to put the chairs out, make sure your TV's working, get your table set up like you like it, start putting the tablecloths on it. But you're the family that has to bring the main dishes.
Okay.
Okay. And you got to bring the controversial centerpiece. I don't know who came up with this. I don't know. I blame Mississippi people for these centerpieces. I didn't.
What?
I had never, when we were on the road, when I had one playing, I kept noticing that people were getting fancier and fancy. Kind of like when I'm talking about the way Southerners are. Right. We can get a little gaudy.
Yeah.
Just go to Graceland if you don't believe me. But so I noticed that people were putting like chandeliers and stuff in their tailgates and putting out big centerpieces and flowers and I was like, well, what is I thought a tailgate was let's get some tables, let's get the food and let's eat.
Yeah,
let's have
yeah.
And
tablescapes have worked their way into tailgating.
Yeah. So Sherry she just got back from Africa, and so there's there's been a lot going on there. And when Sherry got back and she hit the ground running with all those things and she's got a lot going on. So she and I teach I call it Sunday school. I know that churches now hip it up and call them life groups or whatever. I'm going to call it Sunday school. That's what it is to me.
Yeah.
And so Sherry and I teach a class together with another couple who, by the way, it's Blake Prime from this weekend's podcast and his wife. And then we have another staff member of the church that's kind of our third rotation. He comes in from time to time.
Now, was Blake on Power Team one time?
Yeah. By the way, the junior Power Team. That's a good one. But anyway, so by the way, if you miss Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, Bubba and I talked health and fitness,
which is
funny. With two
I
experts in the area.
Yeah, your radio didn't just glitch.
Yeah. And Blake Prime of Godspeed and Garrett Trummer, who's also part of Godspeed. And, you know, Garrett's even got like a doctorate in all this.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, they sat down and talked with us. And so that's actually just a coincidence. Blake and his wife co-teach with Sherry and me. So anyway, so Sherry says, and, you know, it's kind of scary, tailgate is your responsibility.
No.
You got to take that on this week. I can't take that on. And so I said, okay. I said, all right, well, then I'm going to search, because I'm always looking for turnkey and whatever. And I will find somebody, by the way, who'll help get the lights right on the Christmas tree this year. I won't be stopped by the fact that the company that used to deliver my Christmas trees, they're not doing that anymore.
Okay.
They think that I'm not good, that I'll find a way. I hadn't found it yet.
You've worked through it.
But I will. So I've already completed step one. I can get a tree with the tree stand already on it. So I've already accomplished that. But anyway, so I realized over my last few years of being down in Starkville, because our son Big Love goes there. He's a senior this year there. And so I'm always looking around, and I noticed there was a trailer next to us, and people were getting food from it. I mean, 100 feet. And I walk around, I said, what is this? And they said, well, this is MSU Catering. What?
Hey,
come on back here.
What?
I order from you, and then when I get here, I just walk over and get it, and then go put it on the table. They said, that is correct, sir.
Speak.
And I said, done. And then now, though, centerpiece, new curve. And she said, "Don't forget to get a centerpiece, and maybe we can go by and pick it up on the way." And I said, "Whoa, no. Surely there's somebody delivers these things." And she said, "Why are you all? Can you? I mean, that's true, but I'm not saying that that's what we're gonna do. But let's find out if it's available.
Yeah.
Why would we put ourselves in a bind unnecessarily? That's the part I don't get. I know there's things in life you're in a bind. There's nothing you can do.
Yep.
But why be in a bind if there was a way not to be in a bind? I just don't follow that being bad.
No, I don't either.
Yeah.
I mean, what does that hurt?
So I pick up. I notice a florist next to Big Love's apartment when we were down there doing Me Versus the Move.
You're looking around.
And I said, "Gonna take a note of that place."
Right there.
Y'all do centerpieces? Oh yes, we do all the time. Every Saturday, every home game. Mm-hmm.
Done.
So I called him. I called Big Love first. Send me a text. What's the name of that place by your apartment? He sends it back. So I call up. And I said, "Hey, let me ask you this. Let's just get right to this before I start ordering this. Y'all deliver it to the tailgate? Yes, we will. So you'll come to the tailgate and bring it? Yes, we will. Just need some instructions on where it is.
Here's my card number.
Imagine trying to find it. Look, you know what I said? Y'all take American Express?
Yeah.
And yes, we do. Well, let's roll that out real quick.
Done.
Here's my budget. Make it look very Mississippi State-ish. I want a lot of maroon. Give me a lot of white. Give me a bulldog. Give me a football on it. And give me kind of a, southern, kind of swanky something in it.
Yeah.
A pot or something. Like that. And she said, done. So now, there's a lot of tailgates.
There's a lot. How in the world do they find you?
But Dog Diner's not that far. I told them, I said, now you know where Stone Boulevard is? And they said, yes, we do. I said, you know where the stadium is? Yes.
Got it.
I said, okay, so
Got it.
you know where the junction is? Yes.
Got it.
Good news. I'm not all in the middle of the junction. I said, go get behind the stadium, go across Stone Boulevard, right there on the sidewalk, you'll see Dog Diner.
Ooh.
And she said, I think we can do that. Did they have to call me while I was in traffic? They did, but we got it there. As a matter of fact, when I got there, they said there was a woman, a girl walking around with this centerpiece, just asking everybody if they were Rick. and finally somebody said, "You talking about Rick Burgess?" She said, "Yeah." She goes, "Yeah, this is his right here. Put it right there." So it was.
Don't
you
y'all
got
have
there
like
and it was there?
Don't y'all have like a tent number or something they could find?
I didn't know our number.
Oh.
Yeah, I
didn't, Rick. No, you didn't.
And that would have actually taken time to find.
Or have your paperwork.
So
well, hold on. You pull up, it's there.
Yes. And you know how long it took me to get my chicken ordered? About 5 seconds.
My goodness.
So I mean, we're there. My centerpiece is already on the table. My chicken's on the table. I said, anybody all right? But I will, when I come back, I do want to say one thing before, and then I'll get into Petal, Mississippi, and y'all won't believe what we did.
Mm-hmm.
But when we come back, hey, look right there. You see Stone Boulevard?
Yeah.
Dog Diner. You see that black tent right there? That's Dog Diner. Black tent on the other side of the road, right there. Boom. That's Dog Diner.
Oh, you can get cheese right behind you, can't you?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm right by the cheese and ice cream place.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
And you did? Never mind.
Sorry.
But you got to there's no way you walking in there and getting it.
But when we come back, Sherry said that my behavior this time was not what she had hoped for.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I got in a little bit of a bind. And she said, because she says, I know you don't like to be hassled. And she goes, I will tell you, Rick, the space you put between your last rant and this one, I'm happy with that. But you went backward a little bit on Saturday. And she even had to tell me, okay, you're going to have to change this now.
Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour from the broadcast plaza and teleport Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the team all here. It's been an active Rick and Bubba show for a Monday, I'll tell you that. Welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussin.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored, and thank all of you for joining us here on the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
So this weekend, Greg and I had a great time. We'll talk about that again a little later on Friday night. I had a big weekend. Friday night, got to hang out with baby brother and my great nephew and Greg's daughter-in-law as we watched some high school football. Got to be on the Warrior Nation pregame show. So we'll go back and discuss that here in just a minute. But I've kind of jumped ahead to Saturday, so I really didn't go in chronological order. But
that's fine.
So we're headed off to start Vegas. We are one of the host couples, Sherry and me, for the Dog Diner. I've turnkeyed everything, the food and the centerpiece. And Thurlow, I'll send you that number. And so there was a bit of a bone of contention that Sherry says is what was really eating me. Mm-hmm. Okay. And that is that we had some couple, the last tailgate we were there, tell me that I could upgrade where I was parking, that there was a better lot than the one I was using. By the way, the one I sent to your friend Bubba is the one that I normally do.
Right.
And by the way, that has worked. And didn't he say it worked smoothly?
Yeah, he had a good time.
Yeah. So he said that was a great in and out, right?
Yep.
Okay. So
From what I understand.
So Sherry kept saying, let's try that other lot that was suggested. I said, not familiar with that lot.
You don't like it?
Not familiar with that lot. Also, we decided to take
out of
lift
my
kit.
world.
We also decided to take lift kit.
Oh, Rick, that's a bad decision.
Good. Nice.
Well, we're hosting.
Rick.
Okay, you need to
Lift
the
kit's
bag.
not good to maneuver.
Really?
What were you thinking?
All right, so
Playing the role of Sherry, Greg.
Yeah.
Right.
By the way, Greg, I was in Starkville. I can't tell you the number of people that came up and looked at my lift kit.
Well, now it is awesome.
And, of course, compared it to their lift kit because they had one as well.
Right. It's a
None of you could get around.
Had a little kid just shout to me, "Love your truck."
Oh,
yeah.
There you
I said,
go.
thank you, little buddy, and I love your mullet. So anyway, so anyway,
Looking good.
So real.
yeah. So fantastic mullet. Well done, Mom. So anyway, so I was expecting by the because every man when he travels, we lay out our timelines.
Oh, we got to have a timeline.
Right. Let me. And what do we know? What do we do? And we're very good at it. We factor in when our wife's going to have to go to the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Because that's going to happen.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
So we factored that in.
And you tell them that you need to leave 30 minutes sooner than you really do.
Right.
Yes.
That's right.
Yeah.
Going to Starkville, those you may not be familiar with it, going to Starkville from Birmingham, you also have to factor in the low speed you have to go through Gordo and Reform.
Right.
Because if you don't, then you're going to get stopped and you pay a ticket. So you're going to have to ease through there. Okay. And I'll always be amazed that there's 2 motels that are still open and there's always people parked there, and that's amazing to me. But anyway, and I'll always say to Sherry on our next honeymoon, what do you think about the Gordo Motel? And she says, still not in for that. So anyway, say it every time. So
Great weekly rate, though.
So we're rolling. Okay. I grossly, this is on me because I'm a veteran. Okay. I grossly underestimated the great fall weather would bring people out earlier than ever.
Oh,
yeah. Well, everybody's
Rick, it
excited.
stirred them a little.
Stirred my asthma.
And it's Bama. And it's Bama. And it's Bama, so you know the tide travels.
Sure
they do.
Oh,
Okay.
especially when it's right down the road.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
less than 2 hours, by the way, from Tuscaloosa to Starkville.
So everybody's
So it's just
82's
it's
loaded.
It's just another game for them.
Yeah.
Another home game. So
It's like a high school region travel.
right. So on our way, the way we get to Dog Diner in lift kit, there was an incident. Okay.
Oh.
But and it's just me trying to help others. Sherry, I'll give you Sherry's quote. There was no need for you to get involved in that.
Did you stick your nose somewhere? Did you get your nose in something?
He had his nose out of joint. That's what my mom used to say. You got your nose out of joint about it.
So she said, are you rolling the window down? Do not roll that window down.
Oh, no.
Because I had to get
Wait a minute,
involved. All right, let me lay out the diagram.
You're that guy who
no.
decided you would involve yourself in
I
it.
love it.
here's
We
the
have
diagram.
this.
By the way-
Thank you, Adler.
By the way, I was a hero to everybody else who was trying to get to the
Okay.
tailgate.
All right, Rick, move your phone over a little bit.
All right.
here
It's
we
all
go.
in the
There
way.
we
The
go.
fact
There
you're
we
in
go.
a giant truck makes it even better.
Picture me in the lift kit.
Okay.
Text Rick now. You might can see it on TV.
That's right here. I better turn that down because my friends owe me one.
Yep.
And we'll cover that.
good
That's a
one.
sponsor. All right, here we go.
All right.
All right, so
That's funny.
so here I come in the lift kit. Okay, so there's a road, and I can't think of the name of it.
Okay.
That I get on. So I've got to get on this road. Here I come in lift kit.
Okay.
And I want to be on this road.
Okay.
So I'm coming here to turn
Raise your
left.
hand up every now and then, Rick.
You going left.
I'm turning left. This is lift kit. I'm going to turn left on this road. That's Stone Boulevard.
Can you draw it left-handed so we can see it better?
Yeah.
I actually can't. You want me to move over here?
Move the camera.
Hey, look,
move
we're
the camera.
fine.
now.
We're fine.
You're fine.
Good night.
All right, so I should have started in the middle.
You're good.
All right, so
Like
keep
Bob
in
Ross.
mind that there's all kinds of cars going up and down Stone Boulevard.
He drew a
show
big
us again.
T.
Do you have a red light at this
Pull
point?
your hand up. Show us.
No,
Stop
I'm at a
sign?
I'm
How
at
many
a-
road tides?
I'm
you
at a
get
stop
through
sign.
All right,
I'm-
that's important.
Yeah, I'm getting roll tide and cowbell, and right here is a
Stay
parking,
in it.
Right here's a parking lot that I'm going by.
All right, just to the
So-
right of the T.
Yeah, so some people are turning down this road and they want to get in this lot.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
The road you're trying to
They
leave.
want to come down.
So they need to make a left-handed turn. You need to make a right-handed turn, and it's created a log jam.
Yeah, well, yeah, they need to turn left. I need to turn
They're
left.
turning right, then left.
That's right.
Immediate left.
Left, then
Yeah.
right. Left, then right. That's
Correct.
actually right. They've turned
No,
left.
No,
No,
then they-
right, then
they're-
left.
They've turned right,
doesn't
then
matter.
left.
They've turned right. They're turning left.
I'm so confused.
I need to.
I'm glad we got visual aids for this.
And I need to turn left.
Correct.
To go down
Yes.
Stone Boulevard because over here is Dog Diner.
Oh,
That's where you're headed.
You got a whirlpool going on.
Right. So it gets bogged down here, common sense.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody can move. I can't turn left.
No, that's a classic case of two blocks.
Listen, the guy in front of me is not being aggressive at all. You got to pull out. You got to get in.
He's the creeper.
So
Use your nose.
So I'm
huh?
starting
Come
to say,
on.
now I'm starting to get elevated. Sherry says, just wait. We have plenty of time.
And Rick, you're way above everybody in that truck.
I'm way up. So I
Looking
can-
down.
And I'm like, this guy's got to get more aggressive. Well, this guy turns, he's turning to try to get in the parking lot. Well, all these cars,
There's no space.
and he just sits there.
Yeah.
So now he's bogging
Backing
down Stone
everybody
Boulevard.
up.
That's it.
Nobody can get out, and he can't get in the parking lot. Well, I obviously say until somebody behind us gives him a cut-through space,
Right.
now none of us will ever move. And it's like he thinks it's like he thinks, well, I'm just going to sit here till something happens.
What?
But it can't happen because you've got us all blocked.
Well, he needs to
Right.
nudge
You're the
up.
clog.
Yeah, nudge. You got to nudge.
You're going
Nudge
to
your
have,
way in.
my thing was he's got to move on,
Nudge.
or he's got to go in this parking lot,
Yeah.
and then try to work his way back and go there.
Right.
Okay, so he won't do
Anything
it.
but
Or just
what
go
he's
down and turn around
Yeah.
and get in line.
What you're trying to do, sir, is cannot happen. You have to move on.
Right.
If you had been aggressive, you would have gotten in your parking spot. But now we're meaning if he doesn't adjust what he's doing, none
Nobody.
of us can go anywhere.
You can't move. Yeah.
Yeah.
2 blocks.
So Sherry says, "Stay out of it.
Oh, boy.
Stay out of it." And I'm like, "No. No, somebody has to say
He's
something."
trying to help him.
So all of a sudden I go, now lift kit's got the automatic coming down. By the way, people are behind him screaming, "Go on! You got to go on!"
Okay.
And he's just, look, and
The
he's just,
crowd's
and he's just
getting
sitting in his car like this.
I
Was he
pictured him.
panicking?
I
It's
pictured
like
him.
it's like he wanted it to magically change. And
Yeah.
I'm like,
He
buddy,
froze up, Rick.
buddy, you have to go on.
The crowd got him.
You're blocked.
Yep.
Hey, I'm host.
Nudge.
Yeah.
Nudge.
Look, I got a centerpiece waiting on me.
Yeah.
They're calling me.
Dog Diner.
They keep asking everybody if they're Rick Burgess. For some reason, people are answering yes. So
Is
what
Tommy Digby there?
yeah, so I'm thinking, sir,
Nudge.
sir, you have to change.
Yeah.
You have
Got
to change.
Got to.
And so finally, I do two things. I take over traffic.
You
get out
do.
and start
I
Really?
completely take over. I say, hey, you got to go. You got to go
I
on.
love this.
Like that. And he's like, and he's got his little, found his parking lot in front of him. And he keeps, I said, it don't matter. You got to go on. You can't get in. Go come around. And then the guy who won't get in traffic, and then I go, man, you got to get aggressive.
Let's go.
Nudge.
Watch, I become John Panette. Watch me.
Right.
Watch
Watch
me.
this.
So I tell him, by the way, I say, you got to turn right if you're not going to get aggressive.
All this from
The
your
guy in front of
window
me.
in the lift
You
kit.
got to go right. Try it again. And you got to keep going. And if y'all both will do that, we'll unclog this. And then all of a sudden, as Sherry has warned, you know I'm a bit of a rebel rouser.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
you
got
are.
some people draft with you?
All of a sudden, that's right.
Oh,
no.
You need to go. Like, and before I
Lot of
know
honking.
it,
Lot of honking.
before I know it, I'm on a horse, and the lift kit is now a horse, and I am Mel Gibson, and I'm running up and down saying, "Let's go!" And I'm like, "Let's go!" Freedom. And people are like, "We want freedom. We can't get to our tailgate. You got to go," and like that, and
Rick,
so
somebody had to do it.
so he went. And the
How-
guy
what kind of look did he
and
have
the
on his
guy
face?
turned right, and then I said, "Watch me get into traffic." I do this with the lift kit. I pull in front of somebody. They let me in.
Nudge.
I roll to the tailgate.
Oh my goodness, Rick.
Look.
That's good.
Look, and then
There goes Rick.
And then I say, I'll tell you what, took care of that. And Sherry goes, no, you scared everybody is what you did. She goes, yeah, if somebody sees this crazed beard guy screaming everybody of a lift kit, they got to go. They'll eventually go. They're terrified.
Right.
And I said,
Well, it had to happen.
I said, is traffic moving on Stone Boulevard or not?
Well, you'd still be sitting there.
I wonder if that poor guy got back in the space he needed to get in.
Yeah, I think he left and just went home.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what.
I ain't going.
You'd still be sitting there right now.
I'd still be. You understand what I'm talking about? Somebody had to change.
Nobody was happy.
Somebody had to change.
Somebody had to move.
Man.
And
Nobody was happier than the other people affected.
Oh
when
yeah.
You finally
let me
let
tell
it
you,
go.
the guy that was screaming with me, he looked at me like we did one of these. He went by like.
God, hey, straighten this out.
If they could have carried me on their shoulders, they couldn't. But if they could have carried me on their shoulders, you know, whatever. There's people walking all over the tailgate saying, "Let me tell you what I just saw."
Right.
And you know, people every now and then I'd see some people that were in the traffic. They'd walk by the dog diner and they'd point and say, "That's him right there."
Yeah, he did it. He got the log jam unjammed.
That's the guy that saved
He's the
it.
unjammer.
Sherry
Jammer the log jam.
Sherry said that she said that you went to a 10 quicker than I think was necessary. And I said, apparently it was the right amount of aggression because it got the traffic moving. We are now here. There's our centerpiece, by the way. It was delivered. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour. So anyway, I was riding high on unclogging a traffic jam and being a traffic hero at the Bama State game. Got to see Big Love tailgate a little while. Beautiful, beautiful fall day. Can I tell you something? Meeting the Alabama fans and the Mississippi State fans that listen to this show, man, just fantastic. Thank y'all so much. And once again, I've learned, having a son at Mississippi State now to become part of the Mississippi State culture, which means no one has any delusional thoughts about their team. You never even hear anybody really talk about there was not one State fan that said, I think we might get a chance. We got a chance today.
Well, you know how we say Rick and Bubba, you never know?
Yeah.
It's Mississippi State football, you never know.
You hear them talk about the tailgate. We don't know which team's going to play today.
Yeah.
And it's just a different world, and wonderful, wonderful people, and the Bama fans got to meet a lot of them too. I enjoyed the guy who was there 4 or 5 hours before kickoff.
Well, you got to be, Rick.
Walking the streets with the detergent Tide things and dressed in some screaming Roll Tide.
You got to have that.
Just walking the entire campus, just screaming Roll Tide.
Okay.
5 hours before kickoff. But anyway, so
I think that's been passed down from generation to generation.
Yeah, this guy had a different get-up than those guys had. It was a little different, but a little more edge to it. Yeah. But anyway, so we get all that done, and it was great. And so Sherry and I got back home, and right as the game was starting, because we didn't stay for the game, and so we get up and we go to church and get and teach and have lunch, and then I'm headed off to beautiful Petal, Mississippi. Now at the tailgate on Saturday, I was told, I think y'all understand this, there's certain communities that will allow you to lump them in with the larger community that's near them,
right,
and then there's some that won't. They said no, that do not say that somebody from Petal, Mississippi is from Hattiesburg.
Okay. Yep.
They don't play that. They don't have anything against Hattiesburg.
Play no games.
But they love Petal, and if you're from Petal, you're from Petal. Where we live, it would really be like someone say is from Homewood.
Oh.
How did it get that?
I immediately thought Glencoe Hoax Bluff.
Yeah, but
I immediately thought that.
But when you think, yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
But let's say Glencoe Hoax Bluff, you say, no, y'all from Gadsden.
Yeah.
And that's probably a better example. But Homewood people say y'all live in Birmingham. And Homewood people are okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
But not Petal people. You don't say, oh, you talking about Laurel Hattiesburg. No, we're in Petal.
How did Petal get their name? That's unusual.
I have no idea. But it's beautiful.
Was
beautiful
it named
place.
after a flower or bike riders?
That's a great.
I think it's spelled like the flower.
Spelled like the flower. Yeah.
I'm going with flower.
So anyway, so this was something that's been 2 years in the making. COVID affected this.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's the Pine Belt Baptist Association, and this is their annual meeting. And the guy said that our annual meetings have become so boring that we started saying, let's have a worship service and bring a speaker in, and then let's all just worship. Okay.
Right.
And so I was honored to be the speaker, and that's the first time that I've spoken in a room that have women in it in a long time.
Watch out.
Oh,
because I mainly
got one of those coming up.
Yeah, I mainly been doing men's ministry, and it does throw you a little bit when the women are back.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, there's certain things I don't even remember what I should say here.
Take that off the list.
So anyway, so I get there, and you have the host pastor, and that's Dusty Dunn, and then you have the guy kind of who's part of the association. That was Will Wall. They sound like
is that his job? Kind of part of the association.
I don't really know. I don't really know what
Kinda
Will.
part.
I wasn't clear on what Will does, but he seemed.
That's a lot for a name tag.
He seemed to be up there representing the Pine Belt Baptist Association.
Right. Okay.
And then Dusty was kind of like, we're having it at my church, and I'm the host.
I like
pastor.
the name Dusty Dunn.
I do too. He sounds like a pro wrestler.
He does.
And Will
Dusty
Wall.
get it
Think about
done.
Will Wall. That's kind of cool too.
Yeah.
So anyway, I sit down with Dusty beforehand, and they gave us a great meal, which is good. And the team's all in there, and we're eating. And Dusty says, I've got a bit of a Rick and Bubba fame. And I was like, really? Like that? He goes, yeah. He goes, of course, the way y'all do. He goes, but being a fan of the show as long as I have been a fan of the show, this is one of those things that's almost like a badge of honor. Like some people say it's a badge of honor for Greg to have made fun of you when you called in.
Right. Talking about your haircut or
Right.
something.
And he says, I want you to hear my name again. My name's Dusty Dunn. I said, yeah, got it. He goes, well, if only you had that kind of confidence when I was the caller of the grand prize for the 12 working days of Christmas. He goes, I won the $1,000 diamond pendant on day 12. of the 12 working days of Christmas. He goes, which was exciting for me, except for the fact that y'all called me Buster Duffy. and I said, what? He goes, yeah, I kept saying my name, Dusty Dunn, and y'all said, Buster Duffy. He goes,
We gave the wrong name.
He goes, and before I know it,
Buster.
he goes, and literally, and he played it for me. He's got it recorded. And he played it for me, and he said, at one point, I just gave up and adopted the name Buster Duffy.
So we somehow.
Why did we go to Buster Duffy?
We couldn't understand
Hey,
it.
congratulations, Buster.
And he goes, I was trying to correct y'all, and y'all just moved on with it. He kept singing the song, hey, Buster Duffy out of Petal, Mississippi.
I tell you what, Buster's going to have a Merry Christmas.
Yeah. He goes, so the moment that you want everybody to hear you win the grand prize,
that's funny.
all they hear.
And he has it recorded.
And he said, I'll take you back. And he played, and look, we're like, yeah, Buster Duffy. And look, and we're hey, way to go, Buster Duffy. And we're just making a fuss. And he said, how many times you think I've been called Buster Duffy?
Hey, Buster.
I said, I bet a lot.
That is funny.
He goes, yeah, I hang out with, similar friends like y'all. He goes, and then all of a sudden I'm in there with him. I said, hey, Buster Duffy. And so the guy wins. He said, I was coming out of the parking lot. I heard everybody calling. I waited 30 seconds, called. All of a sudden y'all pick up. I'm so excited. He goes, and I start going, this is Dusty Dunn, Petal, Mississippi. Woo. And he goes, all of a sudden I hear, Buster Duffy. Buster Duffy's our winner.
How did we get it that off?
And I bet for the rest of the week we announced him as the winner for that.
Oh, yeah, we did.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Ancestry.com/Bubba. Had a great call about that last week. Family having a great time finding the true story of their family. And you know what? Have you ever wondered what is your true ethnicity? You might be surprised. So you can go to Ancestry.com/Bubba right now. Ancestry's billions of records and millions of family trees let you discover their personal stories. You might find a famous relative, maybe a photo of your great-grandma, and when she was a little girl, a distant uncle that changed the world. You don't know. But if you'd like to find out more about this, you can get the little starter kit that we'll get to you for free. If you don't want to get your Ancestry DNA kit and start your free trial, you can by going to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, or you can go directly to Ancestry.com/Bubba if you want that free trial. That's Ancestry.com/Bubba. So, so over the weekend we had a great time. Petal, Mississippi, wonderful time, wonderful people. And Bubba, there were people there that had been listening to this show. Of course, a lot of them, you know what they brought up, don't you? They were there. 20th anniversary tour.
Goodness. Oh, yeah.
They were there.
Opening night.
There was at one time, I think they actually have it. I'm not saying that the church has it, but there was almost like there was a group of people that meet periodically that were there, and they shared the trauma of it all. And they all talk about what road they were on and a piece of glass hitting here.
The night had went so well.
Yep. By the way, in their minds there, and I know that we have an affiliate there now that does still get the show and gets into that same market. But those people, in their minds, they believe that KZ94 took us off for that incident. Now, that's what they believe. Now, I told them I didn't know. And they said, well, how can you really explain the timeline? I said, well, no, I see.
So we're gonna show
I see your point. But they were at the, and those of you that don't know the story, this is when our 20-year anniversary tour, we were in a theater in Hattiesburg, the Sanger Theater, wasn't it?
Yes.
And we shot a giant T-shirt, hot dog launcher, and accidentally hit that chandelier there. That was a gift to the people of Hattiesburg.
Crank it up. That was it.
And it was a gift from Germany, and we hit it.
Did you see the panic and everybody jumped up?
Yeah, and the glass fell down, and by God's grace, it didn't hurt anybody badly, and only hit maybe one person a little bit, and it just kind of cut his back.
Cut his shirt off.
Now, if that whole thing falls, you don't hear me talking about it now because our careers are over.
No.
Yeah. It was. I don't like thinking
Might
about
have
it.
been busting rocks.
But it was funny to watch the people. You know, like I looked over at a whole group of people that were there. They were talking.
Watch everybody on stage jump
after the service. And what they do is, let me tell you the conversations they have. And Greg, you don't fare well in this.
Oh, what?
You don't fare well in this.
Oh, no.
Did you know? Because there's a whole group that sits together and says, over here we blame Rick. Another group says we blame Bubba. And then the group that seems to be winning is we blame Greg.
No, why? They seem to be winning.
Yeah, because they all say that if that thing had stayed,
I know,
and not cranked up, it couldn't have made the distance. And
now you felt the pressure when I told you, hey, that's pitiful. Crank it up.
If you're going to shoot one to the upper deck, you need to see that chandelier there, Rick.
Yeah, Rick.
You got to thread the needle on that one.
You aimed a little high.
It was. That's funny.
You tried to get a little air on.
So it was good to talk about that. And we were not told that we were taking off.
You got to admit,
the old affiliate for that KZ94.
Before you cranked the pressure up, that was pretty pitiful.
It was. Maybe we shouldn't have cranked it up as much as we did.
It may not have been
the group that was talking.
It may not have been the pressure. Is maybe we just didn't have a good seal on that one. So.
Yeah, it's almost like they have this meeting where they sit around and talk about it.
I'll accept a little responsibility.
Yeah. Well, you people say you're to blame
because you're holding the cannon.
Right, but I'm only at the mercy of how much power's been.
Ricky,
the power.
Who actually turned it up?
I did.
Bus.
Yeah.
That's
at the request of Greg.
Yeah.
And,
so that's where you see the three.
But then
groups.
Rick didn't aim it good.
You have the people.
He misjudged.
Rick should have aimed it better.
There's a lot of blame to go around here.
You have the people says that Bubba should ignore Greg, and then you have people saying Greg's the one who screamed, "Crank it up." I heard all 3 points of view this past weekend. So, Greg, that wasn't that bad. At least people could get.
I mean, you didn't know, but
yeah.
Well, that's a tight room. Again, you know when the linebacker drops underneath and the quarterback don't see him, and you throw it right to him. You didn't see the chandelier.
Oh my
you were
goodness.
looking beyond the chandelier.
Yeah, and this was the first show of the tour. We were feeling so good about it.
Too high.
Yeah. See, that's what's wrong with that.
That was better. Yeah, we should
I'm
stop.
trying to
Should
get
stop
it.
there.
You see what I'm trying to do. If somebody doesn't see, crank it up.
Oh, that got out. Did you notice the velocity
Boy, it
got
took
out
off.
of that time?
Smoke coming out.
Hey, Bubba, well done.
It took
There
off.
it is. There it is.
But
We went to the
Watch all
upper,
of us
upper deck
cringe.
crank setting there.
Greg, can I tell you another thing that was fun?
Look at all of us.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Can I tell you another thing? Glass falling on the audience.
Yeah.
Can I tell you another thing that
Sharp.
was
Look at Hams. He don't know what to do.
Hams doesn't know what to do. He didn't know if he should be here. Should he leave? Who's going to be held accountable?
Yeah, I wanted to run for some reason.
Can I tell you another thing, Greg? That was this is if you think all this is funny, then you should have seen the people trying to explain to the people that didn't know what happened. And I just sat back and listened because watch the face of the person. Somebody says, "Well, now they have this giant hot dog," and right then the person's face says, "What?" Well, it's a giant,
a big one.
It's a giant. And then a guy chimed in last night and said, "It even has a bun on it." And the person's like, "What are you talking about? You know, those things shoot T-shirts. Well, there's a giant hot dog." And to watch people try to explain it that were there.
I'm so glad.
Thank
nobody
you,
got
Lord,
hurt.
for being so gracious.
Yep.
Cut a
and
man's
for-
shirt, guys.
All
Imagine
right.
what I'd done if it hit him on top of the head.
By the way, somebody
Greg,
says
we've already lived through
Yeah,
that.
that's not
Got
right.
it out of our
I'm just telling you to
system.
imagine.
I don't feel the need to go back to that. again.
remember what I thought I was going to see?
Yeah.
Guys, I ran out in the crowd. If y'all remember, I jumped off that stage and ran because I thought somebody was majorly hurt. And you don't realize how relieved I was when I just saw a little scratch on the back and some couple ripped T-shirts.
Do you remember this? And I brought this up and talk about God's grace. Every time you do a show in a town and you're doing it at their local theater, the local theater gets free tickets. You have no say in it. That's part of the deal.
Yeah.
And they give those promotional tickets to their donors and things like that. Apparently, this theater's donors are not fans of the show.
Right.
Because row N, if I remember it correctly, and I could be wrong on that, somewhere around N, was mainly empty, even though you see the pictures, the place is packed, but that's mainly empty because those were promotional tickets that people didn't use. And most of the glass fell right there. So.
And I remember us doing a meet and greet after, and this meetings that were taking place behind closed doors, and we would walk by every once in a while and see them, and the seriousness of their face, and the fact that we started reading about this chandelier, and the fact that it had been brought over on this ship many years ago from a different part of the world. Yeah, I mean, all that started kicking in, and our meet and greet started to, for us, we handled it well, and the audience didn't know it, but I was very concerned, like, what is this going to do?
Well, let me tell you this.
The impact
I had to
of the
go
show
I had to
and-
go to a lacrosse tournament the next day in Huntsville, and I arrive at all the tents in Huntsville, and I'm greeted by Brandon Scordino with the news story on his phone. Says, sounds like the
forgot
kickoff
about
of the tour went well.
Forgot about the article.
Yeah, there was an article about us breaking the gift from Germany.
And it listed how old it was.
From Hattiesburg.
75.
There were some people that said that they were Greg.
I think it was
Greg, since we were
130.
doing a thing at a church and it was association, I got to talk about the Lord. As people said, well, don't worry. Some of us are already saved because at one time we didn't believe you really could die at any time.
Yeah.
And
now you do.
after we went to that, we said, you know what, you can't take life lightly. You really could die even just watching something at a theater.
Yeah.
By the way, Petal, Mississippi got its name in the early 1900s. The postmaster had a daughter who died as a child, and her name was Petal.
Well,
Wow,
there you go.
babe.
How about
And
that?
then they
What an
named
honor.
it- and of course, I'll probably get a bunch of other emails that say that's not true.
That's true.
But that's what somebody.
Somebody has come up with that.
Yeah. So anyway, and Greg, how about Friday night? You and I got to call some football.
We did.
High school football.
We got to predict some games. Got to be on the pregame show.
Warrior Nation. And not trying to brag, but they let Greg and I pick. And by the way, we outpicked the play-by-play guy for the Warriors.
Jerry Young,
Jerry
John
Young.
Lunsford. I'm sorry, guys. Now, Christina Chambers, she was the host. She was the professional.
Remember.
Former sports reporter. We talked to her. She kind of,
Somebody texted.
she kind of ran everything. And
He
I
didn't
thought
know
we
it
did a
earlier.
good job.
Look, I mean, so I don't
Look
know.
at that setup. Didn't that look good?
That is.
I mean, that's a high school football pregame show.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like
How about
something you
that?
would
Brought
you
to
would,
you by
see,
Lowe's.
you would see on a
Big
sports
time.
show. Yeah, so they do everything first class, and Greg and I. The funny thing that Greg's wife Lisa kept texting, "Hey, y'all sound pretty good. Y'all might want to try to do that for a living."
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
maybe-
we kind of.
It was funny to hear the kids at work on it going, I don't know if they didn't know we did a show or whatever, they were kind of like, well, hey, this is going. It also tells me that some of the picking hasn't gone.
Yeah,
but
really laid back.
Yeah,
right.
but at one point I was kind of hurt because I thought, oh, that probably means they don't know anything about the show.
Yeah.
But anyway, it went really smooth, and I think we both did. We tie 9-1. Because
I know. I think the only one I missed one. I can't remember who all you picked. That we disagreed.
The two upsets I had, I picked Gadsden City to win, and I picked Gardendale to win.
You got Gardendale. I picked against you on Gardendale, and then I got Gadsden City.
And
I picked here.
And Gadsden City nearly won.
They did.
That was really close. So if I get that game, I think I'll be.
Well, you had a tip before we picked, remember, on the field.
I did. I got a really good.
Yeah.
And he sent me a text on Saturday and he said, we were close.
Yeah.
Because he had a little inside information.
That would have thrown.
Well, doesn't that how affect you picked? Inside
information? Absolutely.
Right.
You got to know who's if anybody's hurt or what's going on.
So that was fun. Enjoyed that. It was a great game. And as we said earlier in the show, I got to watch the game with Ellis.
Baby Ellis was there. Of course, he ain't Baby Ellis anymore.
No, he's a really tall, active toddler now.
Yeah. He had fun. He found him a little friend. He was running up and down the aisle, and you brought him candy. That's all he needed.
That's all that matters. We'll come back. Got a story coming up next that I think you're going to like.
Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings
9
me
minutes to the
my
top of the
knees.
hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We'll get to some more of your phone calls coming up shortly.
Day without 'em, brother.
All right, so Will of Meat back in play. Catch it. Also, don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast came out over the weekend. If you want to hear an interesting conversation, then you hear yours truly, Rick and Bubba, talking health and fitness. But getting some good feedback already for those of you that have already seen it. So Blake Prime and Garrett Trummer, our guests this past weekend on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, available wherever you get podcasts. So go grab that if you haven't already over the weekend. All right, so this story, Bubba, is this the famous take this job and shove it? Is this one of those?
Well, I think it is, Rick. We have a state trooper. He is in Washington State. He has retired or signed off after 22 years. He's basically being fired by the governor for being unvaccinated. And he says his goodbyes over the radio and then gets a response from the head office, and we have that video.
All right, so Adler, can I just let this roll? Are we good? Okay, here we go.
This is my final sign-off. After 22 years of serving the citizens of the state of Washington, being asked to leave because I am dirty. Numerous fatalities, injuries. I've worked sick. I've played sick. We've buried lots of friends over these years. I'd like to thank you guys. I'd like to thank the citizens of Yakima County, as well as my fellow officers within the valley. Without you guys, I wouldn't have been very successful, and you've kept me safe and got me home to my family every night. Thank you for that. Wish I could say more, but this is it. So, State 1034, this is the last time you'll hear me in a state patrol car. And Jay Inslee can kiss my ass.
That's the governor. Now what? We get a response.
Oh, there's one? Okay. There you go.
5 months of service to the citizens of Washington State. You've taken on many roles in your time with the patrol. In your first year, you delivered a baby while on patrol in Bremerton. You've been a DRE instructor, certified technical specialist, and reconstructionist, peer support member, part of the chaplaincy board, and a CVD trooper. You've been a great role model and mentor for all young troopers serving in the area by sharing your knowledge and experience throughout the years. Thank you for your service. 1906.
Wow.
10-6,
So
out of service.
It sounds like that his cohorts. Now you realize that the state of Washington is losing a decorated state trooper that is
22 years on the job,
that is well respected by his colleagues, as you can hear, simply because he does not want to be forced to take the vaccine. That's it.
That's it.
Now I want you to think about that. Now let's first of all talk about the odds that a state trooper is going to give COVID to anyone. And so also let's talk about the fact
this is just part of the blanket mandate. Again, that makes no sense whatsoever.
Well, it doesn't make any sense because it's foolish leadership, because it's costing us people that we desperately need. And I think that our need for nurses, EMTs, and officers and firemen, and I'm putting all the first responders in the same group. The medical people we need and the first responders we need far exceed any danger that they would be, especially when an overwhelming majority of them have natural antibodies. It's not like they don't have.
Oh, Rick, we don't recognize them.
Yeah, well, that's just bad science for all of you to talk about following the science. To ignore the people who have had it as acting as if they have no protection is just not scientific. It's just not true. And there's more and more doctors that are saying they agree that it's foolish. And I don't know whether this guy has antibodies.
No, we don't know.
So right now I'm going to take him and put him over here. But just when you said that about the antibodies, I'll land there, then move off that and get back to him, is that doctors are saying we need to stop pretending that the people who have antibodies have no protection, because it's hurting our credibility on getting this vaccine out to those who need it.
Yes, it is, Rick, and it has been. That's why you're seeing all the pushback.
Right, and to fire a highly decorated trooper, not because he abused his power, not because he couldn't be trusted. He had some moral failure. No, we're getting rid of a 22-year veteran trooper for no other reason than he says, I don't want to be forced to take the vaccine.
Did you love the mic drop too?
I did.
He signed off and dropped the mic in his lap.
Well, and I hope that these leaders who have implemented these foolish mandates, I hope they'll be held accountable because it's foolish. And the damage it is doing versus the damage any of these people that are unvaccinated could do exceeds it.
Well, and there's all kind of different cases, but we know for a fact that after you get the vaccine, and we're not anti-vax, you have to say that every time.
No, gosh.
They're recommending boosters now 6 months after the fact.
Mm-hmm.
Me personally, anecdotal, had it in December. I'm 11 months and still raging antibodies. So I don't need a booster right now, but the vaccine people do. So I'm not saying that should be the standard or what we should go to, but you at least got to look at it. You got to have the consideration of it, or you're not being honest.
No, that's the point, to ignore it. Now, if you want to say we think that the protection provided is there, but we wish you would be protected more.
Yeah, I understand, too. They're trying
But by the way, you got to prove that is the truth.
They're trying to clamp down a pandemic, a worldwide pandemic. First one we've had, of any size in 100 years. But you got your vax card. How about this? What if you have a test that says you don't have it, or you have antibodies? I mean, all three of those qualify as some level of protection, but we're just blind to two of them, and it's vax or die. That's all we can talk about, which immediately makes you wonder why. Why are we looking the other way? Is it good science? Is it money? Is it big pharma? Is it political payoffs? What is it? Because it's not transparent and it's not honest. That's the thing. I mean, if you had the data to go, look, we've got this many people with it and that, but still, the ones who have generated the antibodies, let them stand on their own. Get the test. You can get the test. I mean, go get one today. It's not that hard to do.
Well, right now we are getting, thankfully, to the end of this wave, or at least it's waning and diminishing.
Right.
It's not over, but it is diminishing. Okay, that's
to the point. Fauci almost needs another variant to scare everybody.
Right.
So watch for that announcement.
But for us to get to where we are, I mean, I hate to be the person who is the Debbie Downer in the room.
Yep.
We did not get here by vaccination only. We got here by vaccination combined with natural immunity.
Well, Rick, vaccination does not do anything other than cause your body to make antibodies. So really, the end effect of all of this is everybody's antibodies that their own body creates.
Yeah.
It's just how you get it, what stimulates it.
Was it natural or was it pharmaceutical? Top of the hour.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes now past the hour. Thank you for being with us. A brand new hour beginning now, and we're thankful that you have decided to be with us, or even if someone's making you listen to the show against your will, we'll take you any way we can get you. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsley, Eddie Van Adler, all here for a brand new hour. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and let me tell you what, we got a lot of fun playing this hour.
We do have a lot of fun.
The stories will get deep.
The stories, it'll get deep in here. Welcome back to Rick and Bubba is Lou Vickery. Lou, welcome back, buddy.
Hey, Rick, it's great to be here. It's great to see Bubba. I hadn't seen you guys in a couple of years.
I know. It has been a while. And
Yeah.
Everybody's been laying low,
Right.
you know, with all
That's
this
it.
going on.
Boy, with all this COVID stuff. Huh?
And you had a run at it, huh?
I did. I had a tough run at it, but I'm here. Hey, man, I'm upright taking nourishment. So.
That's it. And
Full of antibodies.
So, you you are full of antibodies. You 22 days in the hospital, is that right?
22, yeah.
Yeah, well, God bless
I wish
you.
you'd told me that before I hugged him.
I know.
You know,
So you had it, back in May, you said?
May,
yeah. So,
yeah.
Well, we're glad you're here with us. And like you say, you're 80 years old now, is that right?
80. Yeah, about that.
Still playing tennis everywhere. I mean, I when I run into Lou, it's usually on a tennis court.
That's right. Yeah.
You know, Bubba.
That's the way I met Sonny with
Yeah,
on the
really?
tennis court.
Yep. You see Bubba, he's been working out, getting ready
Yeah.
to get back out there.
That was the first
I
thing.
got my winter coat.
I know about those winter coats. I've had a few of those myself.
Well, and you're living proof of it. Bubba, unfortunately, not. And that's one of the things Bubba told me about tennis.
I will tell you
can
this.
play it. So you can play it in your 80s.
That's right.
Yeah.
Rick, there's one plus with COVID. It's a great weight loss program.
Yes, it is.
Man,
Yep.
33 pounds I lost in 22 days.
Really?
Wow.
See, I lost my sense of taste, but I fought through it.
Yeah, you did. It was like, you know why? Like I said, like someone who appreciates art, even if they went blind, they can still recall what it looked like.
Right.
And I said that before. My taste is not even back to HD level yet, but I know what things are supposed to taste like, so I can still enjoy them.
Well, I had it over Christmas, so we had
Did you?
all that Christmas food. So I didn't have any taste, but I just kept trying stuff.
Just kept on doing it.
Fought through it.
You were the great taste tester.
That's right.
Yeah, if there was ever time to try something new, it was when your
Yeah.
taste didn't work.
That's right.
So we're here today talking with you and Coach Sonny Smith have written a new book, Winning the Head Game, Key to Elite Athletic Status. And you see this all the time, and I think you guys touch on something that's important, is you see parents just unloading just so much money and stuff, and all thinking that if we get them the physical training they need and the
equipment,
the equipment and the physical this and all that certainly helps. But you guys are taking on something different. They're saying, but if the head game is not right, you can have all the athletic prowess and training and expertise, but there's a lot of athletics that involves the head game.
You know, Rick, and it's true that the 6 inches above your shoulders is the difference between being just an average athlete and being a great athlete. Your physical capabilities are, in many cases, are very similar.
Yeah.
But, I found out in pro baseball that the higher you go, the better attitudes you find. You're going to get, and I think that was really the backdrop when Coach Sonny Smith and I started talking.
We found
about
that out in radio management too.
Amen to that.
Yeah.
You know what? It's that anything you do. I had a businessman says, if you change athlete to business person in that book,
it worked.
Hey, there's nowhere that life ends and sports begins, and nowhere sports ends and life begins. It's basically pretty much the same.
Well, we talk about that, so much in our lives to where athletics can help you no matter what you're doing, because in all reality, I mean, you played at a very high level, but the percentage of people who participate in athletics that go on to do it professionally is so minuscule.
That's right.
You better be doing it for something other than that. And because, you're going to spend a lot more of your life if your health is good and, God forbid, you don't have an accident or something. But if you live out the normal lifespan, let's just put it that way, of 74, 75 years old, and you've exceeded that, so congratulations.
Thank you.
But if you live that out,
Gamed it.
You're the part of your life of you not playing athletics is so much larger than any time period of your life playing athletics. So you hopefully it's teaching you how to live the rest of your life because the time that you spend being an athlete is a small part of your life.
Rick, that's well said, because that is really the key. You understand, and you're right. I mean, you if you don't prepare for what comes after, and I think that's what athletics does. It helps you prepare for that.
Right.
And it does it to be able to be competitive. It's a competitive world.
Life is a 9-inning game, isn't it?
Yes. Hey, tell me about it. Hey, you get to the seventh.
Yeah, you still got 2 innings to play.
Yeah, that's right, but you get a lot of aches and pains along.
So, and you wrote this along with Coach Sonny Smith, who joins us now. Coach, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today, buddy?
I'm doing great. It's great to be on this show. It might be my first time.
Well, Coach, we were hoping we could get you here in studio. I know you had some things going on. You couldn't make it, but we're glad that you joined
age, fellas. It's called age. I can't drive that far.
Well, and apparently you can't do Zoom.
Oh, you got me there.
Well, look, we tried it.
We tried
it, Sonny. We tried it. Your phone sounds great, so don't worry about it. Probably sounds better than the Zoom would. So we got Vickery here, and we were unpacking the book, and we were talking about, athletic ability is certainly important, but you coached, Lou's played with and helped and coached, and we've all been around a lot of people who had a tremendous amount of athletic physical ability, but they never were able to maximize it because the head part, they never had it.
And you coached some that were pretty outgoing, Coach, over your time.
I did. And, having played and coached high school before I got into coaching some players that were that you had to deal with the head, it was a very difficult thing to start out. But you never can put enough emphasis on how much the head is involved in athletics.
So, Coach, what was the main part of that, though? I mean, we can say you got to be smart, you got to use your head, but what does that look like in real life?
I think it might sound crazy to say it, but I think it's communication. You can communicate with a guy that's headstrong, for instance, or tunes you out. You got to find a way to communicate with him, and that's pretty much what I looked at in coaching as a head game. You had to figure out, like the deal with Charles Barkley was totally different than dealing with Chuck Person. Both of them kind of superstars. And you look at it and you say, well, I've never coached superstars before. And they seem to be a little different. So it becomes a mind game, how to deal with those gentlemen. And luckily I learned how. And it was not an easy road, and it took me a while.
So how do you, because, growing up in a coach's household, my dad coached, and he said the same thing. He said everybody has to abide by the same rules or you don't have order, but the way that you motivate individual players varies wildly. What works for one player to motivate them to excel will demoralize another player who gets crushed under that kind of, demand. How did you, was it just learning as you went?
Absolutely, because, all right, coming into Auburn, I'd never coached but one superstar. And when I got maybe 3 in total, maybe 4, I did not know exactly how to coach those guys. And so it became a mind game with me, and I had to learn. And eventually I did, and it's a total, when they say you treat them all the same, not from a head game, you don't.
That's right.
You have got to figure a way to talk to kids, and I didn't reach Charles Barkley until the middle of his senior year. The junior year, we kind of fought all the time, and it slowed both of us down, to be honest. So learning the head game to deal with athletes, I think, is really a very, very important thing.
All right, we're going to come back and continue this conversation. The book is called Winning the Head Game.
And, Coach, I want to ask you about that. What are the different styles that you have to deal with, that you have to pick out? Is there one where you're a little rougher, or do you compliment them? I want to know the different ways you went about that when we come back.
Coach Sonny Smith, his story is the beginning of the book. Lou Vickery also co-wrote the book, Winning the Head Game. Available. Go to show notes at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Spending time with Lou Vickery and Coach Sonny Smith. They have the book Winning the Head Game, and it is available. You can use the link there at rickandbubba.com, get an autographed copy. So Vickery is here in the studio. Sonny Smith is on the phone. And going to the break, Bubba, you had a question for Coach Smith, and I got another one. We'll ask him about the book.
Yeah, Coach, you were talking about the different types. Give us a little bit of the nut and bolts kind of that. Are you talking about you have to ride some of them hard, you have to praise some, or what are some of the different types you had to deal with?
Different approaches.
Yeah.
Well, a good example of the thing is we had a great high school coach in my county in Tennessee in high school. I watched what he would do. He treated everybody the same. I started out with that same type of discipline, treat everybody the same, and it didn't work. And I think the way you got to do, you got to find out what motivates the guy and treat him in that direction. And I think there's more individual training that needs to take place more so than team training, because every individual works under a different type of motivation. And it took me a while to understand that, because a guy that I thought that did it the way you won 1,000 games in high school in Tennessee.
All right.
But that type of coaching is no longer. I don't think it's usable. I think you've got to motivate individually, and I think that's where the head game becomes a big part of it.
Well, you talk about in the book at the beginning, it's really an autobiography about your journey, Coach, and there's some good stories in there. You might want to share the one about you guys having to paint the car. Tell that story.
Well, my dad kind of tough on you from the standpoint of finances. He didn't want to use any of it. So he left us to paint the car, and we were supposed to paint it with house paint, and it was all black. We painted it up, and we thought it was looking good. And my mother looked at me, and she says, "Sonny, I think that car moves sometime when we hit it this brush." She said, "Get in there and see if it's in gear." Well, I didn't know one gear from the other. And we lived right on top of a mountain.
Oh, no.
And so, yeah, I got in, and I thought I put it in low gear, what I thought was low gear, and what I'd done was put it out of gear. We went inside to eat lunch. We didn't call it lunch up in the mountains. But we heard the awfulest commotion outside. We were running outside, and there went that car down this mountain, going through cornfields, and the only thing that stopped it was a chop block for a guy at the foot of the hill.
And if
I can remember my dad. He was a bootlegger, and he come home, and he had to come up the hill to get to our house. I mean, a big hill. And I heard him start screaming down at the bottom. And you talk about heading for the woods. I
did. Oh, man. Yeah, that's it sounds like we were in the days that we were raised. If Daddy was coming home and things weren't the way they were supposed to be, there was a price to pay.
Yes, didn't want that.
Oh yeah,
we call that the rightening strap.
I had to sit beside him, fellas, as we were eating supper. We called it. And if you said something he didn't like, the box that you held wood in to fire the stove, he'd reach down and get a stick of stove wood and knock you away from a table. So I learned my discipline totally wrong from my dad.
Yeah, and so I mean, you're talking about in the head game some of the things that you got to understand, and that yes, everybody has to follow the same rules, but each individual person, you got to understand what's going on mentally. And is this something that as you learned it on the run, do you see things in coaching today, and the NIL deals, the transfer portals?
Yeah,
talking about the college level, of course. It seems the ones that are really successful adapt to the times. Is that a fair statement?
Absolutely. I remember before I recruited what is known as superstars like Barkley Person and Chris Morris, I treated everybody the same.
Yeah.
And after I got these guys, and I finally realized, and Charles probably taught me more than that.
He's taught a lot of people things, I think, yeah.
Yes, yes. And I finally realized going into his junior year, I had to treat him different. And, and he was spectacular after that. Person, for instance, Chuck Person, I don't know if people know that name, but
Sure.
Anyway, you could treat him any way you wanted to. He was just there. He wanted to be good, and he would take any kind of discipline. Chris Morris was totally different. You had to find his button in his brain, which way to handle. And I let him coach timeouts every once in a while, and I finally learned that was the thing to take care of him. We were playing at Illinois, and it come down to a final shot, and he run over to the bench, and he said, "Sonny, run that play where you throw it up in there and I dunk it." I said, "Chris, what's the name of that play?" He said, "Sonny, you know I don't know any of those plays. Just throw it up in there and I'll dunk it." We went back out there, and we put it back out there, and we threw it up in there, and he tore the rim down. He was being weak.
Yeah. Well,
I learned how to coach Chris that night.
Yeah, well, what about Barkley? You keep bringing him. Well, how do you coach Charles Barkley in college?
Not the way I did. I was too hard on him.
Really, he
And,
didn't respond to that.
He did not respond well to it at all. And in his junior year, I learned, with the help of assistants pulling on me all the time, telling me that he needed to be treated different. And he responded and had a great year. And I said junior year. I said senior year, but he left when he was a junior. And he told me that when he come in, he was going to. And we had a lot better relationship in that junior year than we had prior to that, because I treated him a little bit different.
Yeah, so for him, it sounds like a classic case. If you ride him hard,
shut down.
He'll actually quit on you and rebel against it. It doesn't motivate him. He responded better to, hey, I know that you have ability, and let's turn you loose and encourage you.
Yes. Yeah, you don't treat them the same. And when you start out coaching at my age back in the day, everybody was under the impression treat them all the same.
Yeah.
Well, you don't treat them all the same. You coach them individually. And it takes you a while to learn that. And if you learn where to push their button correctly, you're going to get the best out of them. That's what your job is, to get the best out of individuals and players and team.
Coach, in line with that, one of the things we've tried to emphasize in the book is the fact that if you're a coach of young athletes, this book is for you too. Sonny, at the end of each chapter is a thing called a Sonny moment, and it deals with how to deal with some of these issues, All
right, so we'll run through some of that when we come back. And so if you are someone, you're saying, look, I'm trying to coach young athletes, and especially now with so many of them, there's so many voices in their head, especially if their parents think they have any ability. And how do you learn to push those buttons like they've been talking about? And this book can help you with that. Winning the Head Game. We'll be right back. Stay close.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. If you didn't sleep on a MyPillow pillow last night, you could have slept better. It is the greatest pillow ever made, and now it's at a price that's it's never been $40 off, and now it is. If you've never gotten a MyPillow or you just want to add some MyPillows, you can get them right now for $29.98. That's a $40 savings with the promo code BUBBA at MyPillow.com. Also look at their new line of quilts, bathrobes, and sleepwear, all made with 100% upland cotton. And you can save 30% on those new items by using the promo code BUBBA at MyPillow.com, or go to RickandBubba.com. You'll find it there under the sponsors. But Lou Vickery and Coach Sonny Smith, our guests, they have a new book out. It's called Winning the Head Game, Key to Elite Athletic Status. You can get it by going to rickandbubba.com today and clicking on show notes to get an autographed copy. We've been talking with Coach Smith and talking with Lou Vickery. A couple things we want to hit that you talk about, because this book is really beneficial for those that are coaching young athletes. Maybe you're the parent of young athletes, and there's so much information coming at you. You want to do the right thing by your kid. And Lou, you were talking about chapter 7, the winning traits, and after every chapter there's a sunny, kind of a highlight at the end.
Yeah, we call it a sunny moment.
A sunny moment. So tell me a little bit about chapter 7. I mean,
chapter 7 is titled "Winning Traits," and it talks about the things that really make a difference in your ability. I mean, you take so many kids can have similar abilities, but we talk about what does it take to get to that next level? What do you have to do? And in these we talk about you know, it all starts with attitude, and we know that. I mean, if you don't have the right attitude, you're up the creek without the paddle.
Right.
And so it starts with attitude. You talk about discipline. You talk about determination. I used to call it the D team.
Right.
You know, you talk about determination. And desire and that type of thing. Go ahead.
Lou, where is the line? Because you want kids or any athlete to want to win. Okay, they want to be just, I got to have that W, go out there to do the training, to do it. But where do you draw that line where they're not holding on too tight, that they're able to let the shortfalls go, adjust, and move forward? Because it is a balancing act.
It is, and the thing about it is you understand just how much, where's the application going to be?
Right.
You know, well, at what point, we learn that in tennis. You know, there's some balls you just say good shot and go on, right? You may go work hard to try to get it, but you don't get a good shot back, and they put it away anyway. So you reach a stage where you say, okay, fine. Application, how much do I apply myself? How do I do it? Gentlemen, let me tell you one of the important things that you learn as you go further into athletics is how to learn how to relax. If you don't learn how to relax, you take a 162-game schedule in baseball.
Right.
I mean, you're doing it just about every day. So you have to learn how to get away from it. And it's what I call, I think I may have used this term before, forgettery. Got to have a good forgettery. I remember coming in, Rick, and I throw one pitch.
Right.
One pitch, bases loaded, guy hits a grand slam home run, we lose 7-6. I'm walking the streets that night in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and the policeman says, son, what are you doing out here at 2 o'clock in the morning? I told him about what happened, and he told me, he says, son, your business is like my business. You better have a good forgettery. There have some things you got to forget.
No doubt.
And I go out the next day in a doubleheader, get a save and a win.
Yeah.
Well, you know, it's just it's
a new day.
It is a new day, and we talk about the fact that you just got to have a good forgetter. It's one of the winning traits.
I'm forgettering a lot of things now.
Yeah, how about that? Yeah. Some of us do
what
it.
I did this morning.
But you're right.
Some of us do it automatically.
Some of the players that we never got to see reach their potential is because they couldn't handle failure.
That's right.
And if you can't handle failure, then you know that so many times that's what takes a lot of them out.
Well, there's a line in there, Rick, that we use that winners don't know how to spell defeat. Mm-hmm. And if you don't think about it, you know, I mean, it's just another day. So we didn't quite measure up today. But tomorrow's another opportunity. The next game's is another opportunity. So you got to forget that one, move on to the next one. And it's so important, I think, this day and age that you just learn how to just set it aside, relax a little bit, get yourself ready, preparation is the key, isn't it? Huh? Coach Bryant always talked about that.
I bet you hadn't broke too many tennis rackets, have you?
No.
You let it go.
No. Let me tell you, that's true. I broke a few early, but I learned that it's you know what? You start adding up dollars and cents. Versus,
yeah.
So
well, let me ask you this, because we talked about in the break, and son, you can weigh on this too, because I think there's just so much pressure out there now on kids who may have some ability. Of course, mom and daddy are always delusional. I mean, we can't help it. We're mamas and daddies, and that's what makes it. People are always delusional about themselves and their children, and it's hard not to be. You just try to minimize how delusional you are. And but I think one of the things that's missing is that these are sports that we're talking about, and if your child gets to where they hate playing the game, then what have you accomplished? And it seems
or they burn out early.
I mean, I see people out there, they think their kid is going to play professional when he's 4 or she's 4 years old, 5 years old, 6 years old. They get them in travel ball. I mean, there's actual travel t-ball now, and I'm thinking to myself, at what point does that kid just wishes he was at home playing in the dirt under that tree in the yard, and he's off to another tournament, she's off to another game. And then when they get to the point where it really matters, like, say, high school, college, or if you think they have the potential to play at the highest level, they hate the game and don't want to play anymore. So where are you guys on travel ball and all that?
Coach, you there?
I didn't like it at first because I thought that you coach them and you treat them tough, you get all over them, you push them, you make them stay in condition. And then they get on a travel team and they're buying them great food, treating them great, taking them all kind of places and not coaching them hard. And you think, well, they're hurting me. But then once you learn that you deal with kids from an individual basis instead of a team basis, you understand that kind of ball also is good for them. I used to think it was a bad thing. Have your kids play on traveling teams and come back and you try to coach them. And the guy that was coaching them on the travel team was taking it easy on them, feeding them good, treating them well. And you thought probably this is a wrong thing to do. But if you get into where you coach your kids individually and work it into a team type of attitude, well, you're better off, I think.
So, Lou, what do you think?
Well, I have a problem with the travel stuff because I think it's too much too early. Kids they can't be kids. And I have relatives that if they were listening, they've heard this before from me. I says, let's lighten up a little bit. And Coach and I have talked about this. We both, I believe I can speak for them. We're both believers that playing other sports is not all bad. There are things that improve your game.
Yeah, a lot of the doctors think that too. Huh? So the doctors, a lot of them we've had on, the orthopedic guys, think it's good too. So you don't use the same motion year round,
joints and everything. But here's the problem, and I talked to a kid about this. This just happened this past week, and this was the quote: the coaches say they work together, but if you want to try to be a multi-sport athlete now in high school, you better find a special place to play, because this particular kid was saying, I wanted to play all three. And the basketball coach may have said one thing publicly, but privately he said
he was saying that's something.
Privately, if you think you're going to be a starter for me by playing football and baseball, that ain't never going to happen.
Yeah.
And so they don't work together on that, and we're forcing kids to pick a sport because the way it's run in the high schools now is, I remember my kid telling me one time I said, well, now do you have to be there for the all the summer stuff? And he said, well, it's not required. I'm just only have to be there if I ever expect to play.
Only if you expect to play, right?
But
every time I think about Rick, I remember you telling the story about the water sprinklers coming on.
Oh, yes.
In the Little League game, I think. I don't know how many years ago that was.
That was my first son that did that, yeah. That maybe they're playing a little young. If your biggest, the only thing you told them if they went out there is don't wet your pants.
Yeah, that's right. Don't wet your pants.
Yeah. So he didn't wet his pants right off second base into right center field.
As soon as those sprinklers came on, he was sprinkling too, wasn't he?
He was. But he said after the game, Dad, I didn't wear my pants. I said, well, there you go. There's your lifesaver. Well, guys, what a pleasure to be with you. It's called Winning the Head Game. It's available on show notes there at rickandbubba.com. You can go and click on that and get an autographed copy. And thanks to both of you for taking time to be with us again today.
Guys, it's always a pleasure.
Continued success, both of you.
Thank you. Thank you, Lou. Thank you, Sonny.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. God bless you. Sonny Smith and Lou Vickery.
Was that Sonny getting a phone call there? Hope he got that. Sounded pretty important.
It really did. It was probably Charles Barkley.
Yeah, you talking about me.
Hey, Sonny, you're talking about me on Rick and Bubba.
You're Rick and Bubba.
Where's Bubba? We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. You want to join us, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We'll try to, if we can get any calls in here toward the end, we will. We'll look at stories that we have not covered. Have you seen this one? Talking about crazy. This little piece of video here. We got a bear that attacks a Russian circus performer.
Wow.
And they actually, a woman has to be rushed to the hospital. I think it attacked a pregnant woman or something.
Wait a minute.
Wow. No, serious business.
She is pregnant.
Straight up.
Is she working at the circus, pregnant?
Yeah.
Do we have audio or can you play it?
I'm going audio.
Oh, wow.
Boy.
Listen to the music.
I know, in the music. But look, you can tell right here that, when the pros start getting, look, did they just turn the music off when it
The
started?
music seems happy, but.
How about he says I'll have none of that.
Wow.
And
the other bear doesn't seem like
he's
Why
not
is he
really
mad at
into
pregnant
it.
women?
Look, got him walking. I tell you, we started us having to walk like that.
Yeah.
I wonder what triggers it.
He said, "You're not going to get that stick up to me today."
Yeah, if I could, you can't quite see what he starts. He's gone nuts. So let's see. Is that her arm right there? Is that what he goes after? This arm she has out here
it
reaching
looks
for
like
this. She's reaching for something.
Yeah.
To get his paws or something like they're going to dance or something.
Yeah, I think we're
he didn't like that.
You know what he said? Not my kind of music.
Look at how about when she looks over and goes, "Hey, this ain't right." Goes.
I always watch the pros to see if they panic.
Yeah.
You know, Rick, too, I don't know. You work with bears. It's always dangerous. But at what point, being pregnant, do you go, I'm going to go ahead and take leave here now?
Well, I don't know if you know the life of the circus performers.
Yeah.
It's a hard life.
Well,
can I just throw that at you?
Let me say this. Good news. Only suffered 2 scratches and a slight bruise.
Oh, that ain't bad.
Yeah, but that's PR for the bear.
But
that's just Russia.
Yeah, it's just so they won't put it down.
That's right.
It didn't look good, though, did it?
You know what else it is? As you just said, Bubba, this bear sells tickets, and look, we're out here. Please don't come get our bear.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
This is our lifeblood because we tried this with a pony and nobody came.
Nobody cared at all.
Look, hey, she's down.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I'm seeing how he has a hold of her because he doesn't have a muzzle or anything, does he?
No, it looks like he bites her arm or something.
Yeah, he's on that other arm over there.
Yeah.
But watch her go down right here, right there.
Yeah, and she's spinning.
And she's pregnant too, which wow.
It's kind of cringe-worthy there.
I don't mean to be mean here, but I'm upset with the person shooting footage. We don't stop there. Let it go on. Let us see the end here.
Yeah, you're not rushing out there to help.
Right.
So
if you're not going to help,
let us know
they
what
keep
happened.
it rolling. All right. So right there, that's when they realize we're in a bind. Who do you think? It looks like the guy in the tails. He's our best effort. Red shirt seems a little bit lost.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that red shirt knows he needs to do something, but it doesn't like he knows what to do. Right?
Yeah. Because you start putting your hands in there, and it might decide that it likes yours.
Right.
Exactly. So you can tell that he's trying to do.
He hates it for her, but he don't want to swap places with her.
Red shirt is no help.
No. He's trying to do the least he can. So he doesn't get attacked.
By the way, the people that are at the show, they've got the story at work tomorrow.
They do.
Yeah, they do.
Guess what happened at the circus last night? Everybody meet me in the break room. But let's go back to this, and I know, Bubba, it's kind of what you first said, and I agree with you. When these animals that have worked with people for hours and hours and hours and hours, and then for some reason there's something that triggers their wild instinct, I'm always interested on what it was.
Yeah, I am too.
Like Siegfried and Roy, didn't they come back and say that?
Didn't he get lazy like that? There were signs that he wasn't going to participate.
He
kept pushing him.
Right. They said there's some nights you can tell they're not in sync with the program, so you need to just
let them go.
Let it go that night.
Yeah.
And that I don't know. Bear didn't like that the way she reached out for his hand.
Here's one thing that the animals have not signed on for. The show must go on.
Yeah.
They're saying if we ain't in the mood for doing the show, we ain't doing it. And Greg and I, we saw the Shamu do that one time.
Yeah.
Greg and I were in SeaWorld, about before CNN shut it down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And we were at SeaWorld, and Shamu made a move, whoever that Shamu was that time, made a move that the trainer said, that's it.
Yep.
And said, hey, and they told the audience, says, we're going to let him, I guess it's a male, just get this out of his system. And he just started mad, like, going around. They said, we're going to go, everybody take a break. We're literally going to start the show over as if it hasn't started yet.
Right. Go through the routine.
And to your point with Siegfried and Roy, and if we see he gets the first cue right, then we're probably all right. But right now, if we try to push this, it's going to be bad. So let's all take a break. Let's let him swim a while around in here angry, and then we'll start the show back over. I think what it was, if I remember the Shamu thing right, because Dad used to tell the story. I was too young to really understand it. Is that I remember Dad telling it, is that Shamu didn't do something the way he was supposed to and came up for the fish, and the trainer denied the fish because you didn't do what he wants you to do, so you don't get the fish. And I think Shamu says, hey, I'll have the fish.
Yeah, I thought I was close enough.
Yeah.
And
I
now
think,
you're not being
I think
fair.
you're being a bit legalistic about this, and I want my fish.
Give me my fish.
And so
Fish, please.
Because I remember the you know what they were stopping to? I think if I remember right, the next thing was you were supposed to like put your head in his mouth.
Yeah.
And they were like, nah, let's take a pass on that.
Yeah.
Let's take a pass on head and mouth.
Probably not
Have
going to do that.
you seen those videos, as bad as that is, have you seen those videos where they put the giant pumpkins in the hippopotamus's mouth and they squash
and
them?
watermelons?
Yes.
I could do that all day.
Yes. And it just, they squash
the
that thing like
power-
we'd eat a grape.
The power of that.
And you know how hard that is?
Oh, and I love seeing it. I could watch it all day.
I know.
I wish I could throw one in there. But I don't know. You have to get pretty close.
Maybe from behind the rail.
See, that violates my rule that whatever takes me is going to have a hard time. I ain't going to make it
There
easy.
it is. Oh, look at that.
Greg,
Greg, watch
watch
this watermelon.
Greg.
Watch.
Oh,
my goodness.
And then drinks it down.
It's got some power, doesn't it?
Oh, I mean, Rick, it doesn't struggle with
Watermelon
it.
run.
It closes. It's just like us eating a grape.
Well, you don't want them to get you with that one hook they got in there.
Oh, boy.
Most dangerous animal in Africa right there.
Yeah, it is.
Kills more people. Straight up. Seth is in Gadsden, 866 We Be Big. Look at that, Bubba. Now they just look. Don't you want to feed?
I love watching these videos. I don't know why I've been getting a lot of them lately of this.
I think from that angle right there, I might feed one a watermelon if I could drop it. I'm not going that close.
But what if your foot slips?
Oh, yeah. Well, I tell you, you better not be wearing anything green.
Ricky, I mean,
hey, you better hope it's not St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah. You're a goner.
Seth, Z93, buddy. How are you, sir?
Hey, guys. Good morning. Green Acres.
Thanks for the call. We appreciate that very much.
I'm going to change the subject, so I apologize. I know y'all are excited about that.
On this show, the subject could change at any moment.
Yeah. Hey,
you better have a hippo story.
My father-in-law actually appraised your parents' house a couple weeks ago.
Oh, great. Yeah. Thank you.
And he said that Coach and Miss Burgess, they were just, as nice as can be. But what I wanted the story to be, and I was kind of disappointed because it wasn't, is I wanted him to show up and Coach come to the door and say, "You're a praiser, huh? You think you can move me from this doorway?"
That was possible.
I'm shocked that he didn't get that. Yeah. And Dad being a pair of underwear at the top. Anybody think they can move me out of this door?
Come in and do some appraising?
Yeah, you can appraise the house if you can move me.
You the appraiser? You think you can get in here?
Better appraise outside.
That's right.
Yeah.
And Mom and Dad are moving the next 2 weeks, but that's fine.
But go ahead.
Yeah, it's
All right.
sure be fine. I'm sure Dad will be very cooperative. All right, thanks for being with us. We're wrapping up this hour together. If we're wrapping up the day together, and probably the case for a lot of you, thanks for being with us. If you got more Rick and Bubba coming your way due to your consumption of Rick and Bubba content, then enjoy the rest of it, Lord willing. Find out all the different ways you can get Rick and Bubba live or on your time by going to rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another day without him, brother. Oh, there is no other waking on that blubber.